The Grandmother Games by Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco.
Chapter 1 Absolutely Not. Eli shouldered his way through the glass doors of the Maplewood Community Center with a frown already fixed firmly in place. He was 20 minutes late for the so-called emergency bakers meeting Josie had texted him about, but only because he'd spent 15 of those minutes debating whether to come at all. Emergency meetings weren't exactly standard procedure for the Maplewood Bakers Association, an organization that mostly existed to argue about appropriate pie crust thickness and coordinate holiday festival schedules. The lobby stood suspiciously empty. No cluster of flour-dusted aprons or the usual cacophony of competing recipes being shouted across the room. Instead, the only person waiting was Maggie Sinclair, clipboard clutched to her chest and a smile so bright it should have come with a warning label. "Eli. You made it." She bounced on her heels, checking something off her clipboard with a flourish. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost." "Where is everyone?" he asked, surveying the deserted lobby. "Josie said there was an emergency meeting." "Oh, did she?" Maggie's eyes widened with a performance of innocence that wouldn't have convinced a toddler. "Well, they're all just down the hall. Follow me." Every instinct in Eli's body screamed that he should turn around and walk straight back to Sweet Haven. Emergency be damned. But before he could act on it, Maggie had hooked her arm through his, practically dragging him down the corridor. "We're so thrilled you're participating," she chirped, matching his reluctant stride with her enthusiastic one. "Community engagement is the backbone of Maplewood's spirit, don't you think?" "Participating in what exactly?" His question went unanswered as Maggie launched into a monologue about bringing generations together and honoring traditions. The sinking feeling in Eli's stomach grew heavier with each step. He glanced at the walls, usually plastered with flyers for bake sales and community theater productions. Today they were covered with vibrant banners in garish pinks and yellows, announcing the first-ever Grandmother Games. Each poster featured silhouettes of older women with canes posed like Olympic athletes. "Maggie," he said carefully, digging his heels in and forcing her to stop. "What exactly is an emergency bakers meeting about the Grandmother Games?" She patted his arm, her smile never wavering. "Oh, we're almost there. You'll see." The double doors to the main hall swung open before Eli could make his escape. The cavernous space had been transformed into what could only be described as a deranged game show set. Stations were set up around the perimeter, one with pairs of giant wooden spoons tied together, another with blindfolds and what looked like bowls of mystery ingredients, and a third with a three-legged race setup that had been modified to include some kind of baking challenge. And there, seated at an elevated table draped in satin and crowned with a judge's banner, were Josie's grandmother Po May and Theo's grandmother Gigi, both wearing matching navy blazers with gold buttons and expressions of pure undiluted mischief. Eli's eyes darted to the giant scoreboard mounted on the far wall. Names were paired in neat columns, Josie with Theo, no surprise there, several other townspeople he vaguely recognized, and then in letters that seemed larger and more condemning than the rest, Eli Carter and Delilah Wu. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, more to himself than to Maggie, who had finally released his arm to consult her clipboard. "Language, young man," Po Mei called from the judge's table, despite being nowhere near close enough to have actually heard him. Come say hello properly. Her sharp eyes missed nothing, even from 30 feet away. Eli approached with the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own execution. Po Mei. Gigi? What exactly is going on here? Going on? Gigi's French accent lilted with innocence as she adjusted the silk scarf around her neck. It is a community event to honor the wisdom of our elders. Did Josie not tell you? She told me there was an emergency bakers meeting. And here you are, at a meeting. With bakers. Po Mei gestured around the empty hall with a serene smile. Emergency averted. Eli pinched the bridge of his nose. Why is my name on that board paired with Delilah Wu? Ah, the pairings. Po Mei lifted a delicate teacup to her lips, taking a deliberately slow sip before answering. We wanted balanced teams. Sometimes the best partnerships begin with resistance. Les hommes ont besoin d'un coup de pouce, Gigi added with a dismissive wave of her hand. Eli's high school French was rusty, but he caught enough to know he'd just been called stubborn and in need of a push. I'm not participating in whatever this is, he said flatly. Especially not with Delilah Wu. Oh, of course you are. Maggie materialized at his side again, clutching her clipboard like a shield. Let me explain the Grandmother Games. It's a series of challenges designed to honor Maplewood's elders by completing tasks they've personally selected. Each team represents a different aspect of our community. You and Delilah are representing our small business owners. I didn't sign up for this, Eli said. Your entry fee has already been paid, Po Mei said, adjusting her glasses. Non-refundable, I'm afraid. By who? Anonymous sponsor, all three women chorused with varying degrees of unconvincing innocence. Look, Eli tried reasoning, I appreciate whatever you're trying to do here, but I run a bakery. I don't have time for games. Sweet Haven is short-staffed since Josie's been spending more time with Theo. The games only take place on Sundays when Sweet Haven is closed, Gigi interrupted. We checked your schedule. Of course you did, Eli muttered. Even if that's true, I can't be partners with Delilah. We're competitors. That's the point, Po Mei said with a smile that reminded Eli of a cat that had cornered a particularly oblivious mouse. Community harmony through shared experience. Find someone else, Eli said. I'm not doing it. The posters are already printed, Maggie sighed dramatically. And the special edition. What special edition? The community center doors burst open with a bang that echoed through the hall, cutting off whatever Maggie had been about to say. Delilah Wu stormed in like a perfectly styled hurricane, waving her phone in the air with one hand, the other clutching her purse so tightly her knuckles had turned white. What is this? She demanded, her voice carrying across the empty space, sharp and precise as a chef's knife. Eli felt his spine straighten automatically at the sound. Something tightened in his chest, a reflex, he told himself, to the sudden interruption and not to the way Delilah's dark eyes flashed with indignation, or how her glossy black hair had come slightly loose from its usual perfect style as if she'd rushed over in a hurry. A single strand had fallen across her cheek, and Eli found himself inexplicably irritated by the detail. He forced his gaze away, focusing instead on the far wall where a Partners in Crime and Cookies banner hung, featuring cartoon grandmothers in prison stripes. Delilah spotted him and froze mid-stride. Her eyes narrowed, then darted to the scoreboard, then back to him. The look of dawning horror that crossed her face would have been comical if he hadn't been experiencing the exact same realization. No, she said firmly, turning to march directly to the judge's table. Absolutely not. Delilah, dear. Gigi exclaimed, rising to her feet with arms outstretched. So wonderful of you to join us. I am not partnering with Eli Carter, Delilah said, holding up her phone where the Grandmother Games announcement was clearly displayed. I didn't sign up for this. Funny, he said the same thing, Po Mei observed mildly. Yet here you both are. You've been specifically chosen as partners because of your complementary skills, Gigi explained, her tone gentle, but her eyes twinkling with barely suppressed amusement. You balance each other so perfectly. We do not balance each other, Delilah protested. We're completely incompatible. Finally, something we agree on, Eli muttered. Po Mei rose from her seat with the deliberate grace of someone who knew exactly how to command a room, despite her diminutive stature. Delilah Wu. Eli Carter. You may not be our grandchildren by blood, but Maplewood is family. And in this family we respect our elders. Eli opened his mouth to object to the emotional manipulation, but Gigi cut him off. The whole town is looking forward to this event, she said. Backing out now would be such a disappointment to everyone. Especially after the special edition, Maggie added, pulling a newspaper from beneath her clipboard with a dramatic flourish. What special edition? Delilah asked at the exact same time Eli did. Maggie unfolded today's Maplewood Gazette. The front page headline screamed "Rivals turned partners, bakers face off in grandmother games," above a split photo, Eli frowning behind the counter at Sweet Haven on one side and Delilah grinning with a tray of her signature matcha croissants on the other. Margot ran a whole feature, Maggie said cheerfully. There's even a poll on page 6 where people can vote on how they think you'll perform as a team. The betting pool started this morning at the Maplewood Cafe. Eli stared at the paper in disbelief. They're taking bets on us? Only on whether you'll win, of course, Maggie clarified. Although I did hear a side bet about how many times you'd argue during the three-legged race. This is ridiculous, Delilah said. Her eyes found Eli's across the room, wide with something between panic and fury. For a moment they just stared at each other, a silent communication passing between them that surprised Eli with its clarity. They were being manipulated. They both knew it. And they both knew there was no graceful way out. The whole town was watching now. Backing out would mean endless questions, whispers, and knowing looks. It would mean Margot DuPont writing a follow-up piece speculating on why they couldn't handle working together. It would mean giving the grandmothers exactly the kind of gossip ammunition they were hoping for. Eli broke the stare first, turning to Po-Po-May with a resigned sigh. Fine. I'll do it. Excellent, Po-Po-May said, clapping her hands together once the matter settled. Delilah? Delilah's jaw tightened visibly. How many challenges are there? 5 Sundays, 5 challenges, Gigi explained. Team with the most points at the end wins the golden wooden spoon and a feature in next month's Taste of Maplewood magazine. Something shifted in Delilah's expression, a spark of competitive interest that Eli recognized all too well. It was the same look she got when Sugar and Spice launched a new dessert that outshined whatever Sweet Haven had on special. Fine, she said at last. But only because I refused to forfeit. Wonderful. Maggie exclaimed, rushing over to a nearby table and returning with 2 folded bundles of fabric. Here are your official Grandmother Games aprons. Matching sets for each team. She thrust the aprons into their hands. Eli unfolded his with growing dread. The apron was a retro style in mint green with Team Sweetness and Spite embroidered across the chest in flowing cursive. Sweetness and Spite, he read aloud, looking up at Maggie. It's a play on your bakeries, she explained. Sweet Haven and Sugar and Spice. Cute, right? Delilah snorted, drawing Eli's attention. She had already slipped her apron over her head, the mint green somehow complementing her outfit perfectly, as if she'd coordinated in advance. Which was impossible, he reminded himself. She'd been just as ambushed as he was. She caught him looking and stepped closer, tying the apron strings behind her back with practiced efficiency. You know, she said in a low voice meant only for him, I always thought the grandmothers were exaggerating about how grumpy you are, but that frown looks pretty permanent. Before he could respond, she leaned in closer still. The scent of vanilla enveloped him, threaded through with cinnamon and something else, cardamom maybe, from hours spent in her kitchen. It was warm and inviting in a way that contradicted the challenge in her eyes. If we're stuck doing this, Carter, she whispered, you'd better keep up with me. Because I refuse to lose. Eli found himself momentarily speechless, which was inconvenient because he generally prided himself on always having a sharp comeback ready. But something about the intensity in her dark eyes and the proximity of her, close enough that he could see the faint dusting of flour still clinging to her eyelashes, short, circuited his usual defenses. I hope you can back up that confidence, he finally managed, stepping back to put a more comfortable distance between them. Because this whole thing is ridiculous enough without being on the losing team. Oh, we won't lose, Delilah said with a certainty that was either impressive or delusional. I'm very good at games, Carter. It's not just games, Po-Po-May interjected, somehow having silently materialized beside them despite her supposedly arthritic knee. It's about partnership, trust, communication. She smiled serenely. All the things you two so clearly need to practice. Eli opened his mouth to argue, but Delilah beat him to it. We'll practice whatever you want, Po May, she said sweetly. As long as we get that golden wooden spoon at the end. She shot Eli a look that was part challenge, part conspiracy. Right, partner? The way she said partner, like it was simultaneously a joke and a threat, made that same strange tightness return to Eli's chest. Right, he agreed, not entirely sure what he was getting himself into. Partner.
Chapter 2: Goats, Gossip, and Good Lord Why. Delilah scanned the bustling crowd at the Maplewood Farmers Market entrance, mentally mapping a path through the sea of shoppers. The handcuffs clinked softly as Eli shifted beside her, his wrist warm against hers. She tried to focus on the challenge ahead, rather than the distracting awareness of his proximity. This is ridiculous, Eli muttered, tugging at the metal connecting them. Public humiliation disguised as community bonding. Delilah bit back a smile. What's wrong, Carter? Afraid people might think you're actually enjoying my company? I'd rather be kneaded like dough than paraded around like this, he grumbled, but there was something in his voice that sounded almost like amusement beneath the complaint. Welcome, welcome. Maggie Sinclair's voice cut through their bickering as she bounded toward them, clipboard in hand and enthusiasm dialed to 11. Her floral dress seemed to match her excessive energy as she practically vibrated with excitement. Our first official Grandmother Games shopping challenge participants. Maggie thrust a printed sheet toward them, which Delilah grabbed with her free hand. The rules are simple. You have exactly 30 minutes to collect everything on this list. You must remain handcuffed the entire time. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively at the word handcuffed, causing Eli's face to redden. And remember, Maggie continued, this isn't just about speed but teamwork and physical coordination. The way you move together. She demonstrated by linking arms with an imaginary partner and swaying dramatically. Will determine your success. Eli's face had progressed from pink to crimson. We get it, Maggie. Oh. And there's a special bonus challenge item at the bottom, but that's a surprise. Maggie winked conspiratorially. Delilah studied the list: fresh basil, local goat cheese, heirloom tomatoes, wildflower honey, fresh cut flowers, sourdough bread, and mystery item? You'll know it when you see it. Maggie tapped her nose. Good luck, lovebirds. We're not, Eli began. Save your breath, Delilah interrupted. Look, Felix is already halfway through. Across the market, Felix Martinez's athletic figure was unmistakable as he practically dragged his partner, a bewildered-looking woman Delilah recognized from the library between vendor stalls. Felix noticed them watching and made an exaggerated show of crossing items off his list before sending a smug wink in Eli's direction. Great, Eli muttered. Now Martinez thinks this is the Olympics. Ready to kick his annoyingly toned butt? Delilah asked. Eli's lips quirked up slightly. I thought you'd never ask. He pulled out his phone. We should map this methodically. Mrs. Chen has the best produce, so we should start. Delilah yanked him toward a colorful stand overflowing with berries and herbs. I have a system. What system? Eli stumbled, colliding with her as they navigated around a family examining jars of jam. The move fast and figure it out system. She grinned at his disapproving expression. Their shoulders bumped as they squeezed through the narrow passage between stalls, and Delilah tried not to notice how solid he felt against her. The market swirled with sensory overload, fresh sourdough from the town bakery perfuming the air, competing with the earthy scent of fresh herbs and the sweet tang of ripe berries. Vendors called out their wares, their voices joining the symphony of shopping bags rustling, children laughing, and somewhere in the distance, a local musician picking out a folk melody on a guitar. Colors burst from every direction: ruby strawberries piled in green baskets, golden honey catching the morning light, violet and yellow wildflowers standing tall in rustic buckets. Against this vibrant backdrop, Eli's increasingly dark expression provided a comical contrast. Basil first, he insisted as they approached Mrs. Chen's vegetable stand, a small woman with keen eyes who'd been farming outside Maplewood for 40 years. Delilah Wu. Mrs. Chen called. Your grandmother was just here. She bought all my best ginger. She's not actually Delilah began but stopped. It was useless trying to explain that Po Mei had essentially adopted her as a bonus granddaughter, despite their lack of actual relation. Did she say why? Something about tea that makes people fall in love. Mrs. Chen shrugged, then noticed their handcuffed wrists. Her eyes twinkled. Ah, I see the grandmother games have begun. Delilah felt heat rising to her cheeks. We need basil. Of course. Mrs. Chen turned to select herbs, while Delilah pretended to study the shopping list. Don't even think about it, Eli warned, clearly reading her too well. Think about what? Whatever chaos you're planning. She smiled innocently, and as they reached for the basil Mrs. Chen offered, accidentally let the shopping list slip from her fingers. Oops. Eli sighed dramatically and bent down to retrieve it, dragging her arm at an awkward angle. While he was distracted, Delilah grabbed handfuls of colorful peppers, purple carrots, and a spiky dragon fruit. What are you doing? He demanded as he straightened up, waving the recovered list. These aren't shopping lists, are just suggestions, she explained, dropping more items into their basket. Like recipes. Eli looked horrified. Recipes are precise instructions, not vague guidelines. That explains why your pastries are so? She didn't finish the sentence, but her expressive gesture said plenty. My pastries are consistent and reliable, he retorted. Unlike some people's experimental disasters. You mean my award-winning desserts that people actually wait in line for? They're waiting to see what bizarre combination you'll try next. Sriracha chocolate chip cookies, Delilah? Really? They sold out in an hour, she responded with a triumphant grin. Some people appreciate creativity. Their bickering continued as they navigated through the crowded market, their handcuffed status making every movement a negotiation. Delilah's spontaneous approach meant sudden stops and starts whenever something caught her eye, causing Eli to bump into her repeatedly. Sorry, he muttered after the third collision left them momentarily pressed together, his chest against her back. No problem. She focused intently on selecting tomatoes, hoping he didn't notice the slight catch in her voice. The warmth of his body lingered even after he stepped away. They'd managed to find the goat cheese and sourdough when they spotted Felix again, methodically checking items off his list. His partner looked exhausted but resigned as Felix beamed at his progress. Better hurry up, Carter, Felix called out. That bakery reputation won't save you here. Delilah felt Eli tense beside her and watched his jaw clench. She'd never understood men and their bizarre competitive streaks, but something about Felix's smugness irritated her too. Without thinking, she pulled Eli toward an exotic spice vendor. What are you? Trust me. She snatched up an expensive jar of saffron. If Felix wants to play, let's blow his boring shopping list out of the water. For the first time, Eli actually looked amused. With spices? With flair, she corrected, then dragged him toward the flower vendor, selecting the most extravagant bouquet available. See? Now we're talking. This isn't on the wildflower, honey and flowers. 2 birds, 1 stone. She flashed him a smile. Work smarter, not harder. They had just secured the honey when disaster struck in the form of Old Man Jenkins' animal pen. Delilah paused to admire a small, scraggly goat with intelligent eyes and an underbite that made it look perpetually judgy. Look at this little guy, she cooed. He has your exact expression when someone orders whipped cream on a cortado. Eli rolled his eyes. Can we please finish this ridiculous? The goat bleated loudly and lunged forward, clamping its teeth firmly around the hem of Eli's flannel shirt. Hey! Eli tried to step back, but the handcuffs and the determined goat made retreat impossible. Let go. He likes you, Delilah laughed, attempting to help by shooing the animal. Must be your grumpy kindred spirit. Get it off. Eli twisted, his movements jerky. Delilah stepped closer to gently disengage the goat's mouth from the fabric, but her elbow caught the metal latch on the pen gate. With a creak that seemed to happen in slow motion, the gate swung open. Freedom, it turned out, was a powerful motivator for farm animals. The goat surged forward, dragging Eli's shirt and consequently Eli and Delilah along with it. Two chickens seized the opportunity to make a break for it, flapping past Delilah's head in an explosion of feathers. A rabbit hopped out with remarkable speed, disappearing under a nearby table. "My animals!" Old Man Jenkins bellowed, his weathered face contorting in alarm as he hobbled toward them. "Grab 'em!" Delilah lunged for the nearest chicken, forgetting momentarily about the handcuffs. Eli yelped as he was yanked sideways, colliding with a stack of empty crates. "Sorry," she called, but it was too late. They were thoroughly entangled in the chaos. Eli managed to grab the rabbit, while Delilah corralled one chicken, but the goat remained at large, now happily munching on the corner of a tablecloth displaying artisanal jams. Shoppers scattered, some laughing, others clutching their purchases protectively. "What a delightful partnership," came a familiar voice, somehow serene amid the pandemonium. Po May stood watching them, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the market chaos, an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. For a woman in her late 70s, she had an uncanny ability to appear exactly where she wanted, exactly when she wanted. "Little help?" Delilah grunted, trying to hold on to the squirming chicken while managing her connection to Eli. "Oh, I wouldn't dream of interfering with your teamwork," Po May replied. "You're doing marvelously." Eli gave her a look that could curdle milk. "This is your fault." Such accusations, Po May clicked her tongue. "Though I do believe you found your bonus item." "What?" they asked in unison. Po May pointed to the goat, which had abandoned the tablecloth and was now contentedly chewing on a corner of their shopping list. "Every team needs a mascot." Before either could protest, Po May produced a small stack of papers from her embroidered handbag. "I've taken the liberty of starting the adoption process for you both." "Adoption?" Eli sputtered. "We are not adopting a goat." "Don't be silly," Po May waved dismissively. "You're just fostering until the games conclude. The paperwork's nearly complete." She filled in a few more lines with elegant penmanship. "I've named him Eli Jr. See the resemblance? Same stubborn expression." The goat bleated irritably, as if in agreement. "This is insane," Eli muttered. Delilah couldn't help but laugh. "I don't know, there is a certain resemblance." The crowd that had gathered to watch their animal wrangling suddenly parted as Maggie Sinclair pushed through, her clipboard held aloft like a shield. 5 minutes remaining, she announced, seemingly unbothered by the scene before her. "All teams must reach the finish line with their items in 5 minutes." Delilah looked at their predicament. Handcuffed to a man who clearly wanted to be anywhere else, holding a chicken, a half-filled shopping basket of random ingredients they didn't need, missing most items they did need, and now apparently responsible for a goat that Po May was fastening a leash to. "Here you go." Po May handed the makeshift leash to Eli. "Eli Jr. seems to prefer your company." Eli stared at her, then at the goat, then at Delilah. His expression clearly said she was more trouble than he could have possibly imagined. "We're going to lose," he stated flatly. Something about his resignation sparked Delilah's competitive spirit. "Not if we hurry." "Old Man Jenkins," she called, "we'll bring back your chicken if we can borrow the goat for an hour." Jenkins looked bewildered, but nodded as Delilah returned the chicken to its rightful owner. She grabbed their shopping basket with her free hand and nodded at Eli. "Ready to run, Baker boy?" "With a goat?" "With style," she corrected and took off at a sprint, giving him no choice but to follow. They careened through the market, the handcuffs forcing an awkward three-legged race as the goat trotted alongside them, occasionally bleating at startled shoppers. Delilah grabbed whatever remaining items she could reach as they passed, a bouquet of wildflowers from one stand, a jar of locally made jam from another. "This isn't on the list," Eli protested as she snagged a bunch of radishes. "Improvisation points." "That's not a thing." "It should be." They were just 20 feet from the finish line when disaster struck. Eli Jr. apparently spotted something irresistible and bolted, yanking the leash from Eli's grip. The sudden movement sent them careening into a display of honey jars. Glass shattered, golden honey splashed, and Delilah found herself sprawled atop Eli, both of them coated in sticky sweetness. The crowd gasped, then burst into applause and laughter. "Up!" Eli groaned beneath her. "Please get up." Delilah pushed herself to her knees, her hand sliding on his honey-coated chest. Their faces were inches apart, both splattered with market debris and sweetness. For one strange moment, she found herself staring at his lips, noticing how his usual scowl had softened into something almost like surrender. "We should," she began. "Finish line," he reminded her, breaking whatever spell had momentarily fallen over them. They stumbled to their feet, retrieved their scattered purchases, and with as much dignity as two honey-covered, handcuffed competitors could muster, crossed the finish line. Dead last. Felix stood at the finish line, looking immaculately clean and organized, his completed shopping basket neatly arranged. His eyebrows shot up at their appearance. "What happened to you two?" Before Eli could respond with what would surely be a cutting remark, Delilah stepped forward, chin raised. "We redefined the challenge," she announced loudly to the watching crowd. "Anyone can buy groceries. She gestured to their honey-covered clothes, random assortment of items, and the goat that Old Man Jenkins was now reclaiming, created an experience. A cheer went up from several spectators, and Delilah could have sworn she saw Po, May, and Gigi exchange a satisfied look. She turned to find Eli looking at her with an expression of complete exasperation mixed with something else. Was it amusement? His hair was plastered to his forehead with honey, his flannel shirt was missing a button where the goat had chomped it, and somehow there was a small feather stuck to his cheek. "You," he said quietly, shaking his head, "are absolutely impossible." Delilah grinned, feeling a strange flutter in her chest at his grudging almost smile. "That's what makes me memorable, Carter." Maggie bustled over, somehow managing to look delighted despite their disastrous showing. "Congratulations on completing the first challenge." She produced a tiny key and unlocked their handcuffs. Delilah rubbed her wrist, suddenly aware of how empty it felt without the warm pressure of Eli's arm against hers. She glanced at him, catching him doing the same. "The judges will review your performance," Maggie continued, "and announce the standings this evening at the community center. Please arrive promptly at 7 for the announcement and details of tomorrow's challenge." "Tomorrow?" Eli groaned. "This is just getting started," Maggie sing-songed. "Oh, and you might want to rinse off before the honey attracts bees." As if on cue, a bee buzzed past Eli's ear, causing him to duck. Delilah couldn't contain her laughter at his expression, a mixture of horror, resignation, and something that looked dangerously close to amusement. "Something funny, Wu?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "Just thinking that flustering you might actually be worth losing for," she replied honestly, before she could think better of it. Something flickered in his eyes, surprise, maybe even appreciation. "You're assuming we lost." She gestured at their sticky, disheveled state. "Didn't we?" "The challenge was teamwork," he said thoughtfully. "And we definitely worked together. Through chaos, disaster, and apparently, goat adoption." "Eli Jr. seemed to really like you," she teased. "Don't start," he warned, but there was no real heat behind it. "I need a shower. And possibly a tetanus shot." "Drama queen," she replied, but she was smiling. "See you at 7? He hesitated, then nodded. "Try not to adopt any more farm animals before then." "No promises," Delilah called after him as he walked away, noticing the honey-covered handprint she'd left on his back. Somehow, seeing her mark on him felt oddly satisfying. What was even more satisfying was knowing she'd managed to crack his serious facade just a little. Maybe these ridiculous grandmother games wouldn't be so bad after all.
Chapter 3 Locked In, Freaked Out. Eli trudged back to the community center in a state of dishevelment that would have been humiliating if he weren't already numb to the absurdity of the day. Honey had cemented itself to his left elbow, straw clung stubbornly to his hair, and the handcuffs still chained him to a woman who seemed utterly unfazed by the disaster they'd become. "All I'm saying is we technically completed the challenge," Delilah insisted, gesturing with her free hand which yanked his arm along for the ride. "We got every item on the list. So what if a goat followed us home?" That's what I call exceeding expectations. The goat ate half the produce before we could get it to the checkout, Eli muttered, wincing as the handcuff chafed against his wrist. The metal had warmed from their body heat after an hour of forced proximity, somehow making it even more uncomfortable. And you used pumpkin puree as improvisational war paint. Dramatic effect, she corrected far too cheerfully. Bernie gave us style points. Bernie was laughing so hard he was crying. Exactly. Style points. Eli sighed, hyper-aware of how her hand occasionally brushed against his as they walked. Every accidental touch sent an unwelcome jolt up his arm that he refused to acknowledge. This was purgatory. No, this was Po May and Gigi's special brand of torture, designed specifically for him. As they entered the community center, Maggie Sinclair spotted them immediately, clipboard clutched to her chest like it contained state secrets rather than ridiculous competition notes. Her smile widened to an almost painful degree. There they are, she exclaimed, bustling over with the enthusiasm of someone who hadn't just witnessed two grown adults being dragged through a farmer's market by a rogue goat. You're just in time for Gigi's tea tasting challenge. She pointedly avoided mentioning the honey dripping from Eli's sleeve or the bits of straw adorning Delilah's hair like a half-formed crown. Instead, she guided them toward a table where both grandmothers sat like queens overseeing their kingdom. Po May's eyes twinkled with unholy glee as she beckoned them closer. Need these off now? She asked, dangling a small key. Yes, Eli said, perhaps too quickly. Please, Delilah added, extending their joined wrists. Po May took her time, examining the handcuffs like she'd never seen such a contraption before. Interesting invention, she mused. Very practical for stubborn people who need to learn cooperation. Or torture, Eli muttered under his breath. Po May's hearing was apparently selective. She heard only what she wanted to. The key slid into the lock with a click, and suddenly Eli's wrist was free. As they pulled apart, Delilah's soft skin brushed against his, a final reminder of their forced intimacy. 20-minute break before tea challenge, Po May announced. Clean up. You look like you wrestled farm animal. We did, Eli said flatly. Good practice for next challenge, Gigi chimed in, her French accent making even this threat sound elegant. Neither woman was related to Eli or Delilah, but they'd appointed themselves personal matchmakers to the entire town. No one was safe. Eli headed straight for the bathroom, desperate to salvage what remained of his dignity. The fluorescent lights were unforgiving, illuminating every bit of debris clinging to him. His reflection showed a harried man with hay in his hair and a bewildered expression that screamed, "How did I get here?" He scooped handfuls of cold water and splashed his face, hoping the shock might wake him from this nightmare. It didn't. He carefully picked bits of straw from his hair, wetting a paper towel to tackle the honey situation. The sticky substance had practically fused with his shirt. At this rate, he'd need scissors and a new wardrobe. This is insane, he told his reflection. I'm a grown man. I own a business. I do my taxes early. I should not be covered in honey and hay because two grandmothers decided to play matchmaker. His reflection offered no solutions, just the same exhausted eyes staring back at him. After doing what he could with the limited resources of a public bathroom, Eli returned to the main hall. He scanned the room, instinctively searching for Delilah. She'd somehow managed to clean up remarkably well in a short time, though a few strands of hay still clung to her dark hair, catching the light when she moved. She was surrounded by a small audience, specifically Harper and Wes Calloway, Bernard's 6-year-old grandchildren. The twins were completely enchanted, giggling as Delilah demonstrated how to make a paper airplane from what appeared to be their challenge instruction sheet. If you fold it this way, she explained, creasing the paper with confident fingers, it'll do a loop-de-loop instead of just flying straight. Straight is boring. Like Uncle Marvin, Wes agreed sagely. Exactly like Uncle Marvin, Delilah confirmed, though Eli doubted she knew who Uncle Marvin was. Now watch this. The airplane soared across the room in a graceful arc before nosediving directly into a potted plant. The twins erupted into delighted laughter. Again, Harper demanded. Something about Delilah's ease with the children caught Eli off guard. In his mind, she was chaos incarnate, a tornado that disrupted his orderly life. Yet here she was, patiently showing two kids how to create the perfect paper airplane, her smile genuine and warm. It was disconcerting. Before he could process this new piece of information, Harper spotted him and darted over, grabbing his sleeve with sticky fingers. "Eli, do you want to see the super-secret special teacups?" she asked, bouncing on her toes. Gigi brought them for the challenge and they're super pretty and super secret. "I should probably," Eli began, ready to decline. "They're super secret," Wes emphasized, materializing beside his sister and grabbing Delilah's hand. "You have to see them before the challenge." Eli found himself caught in an impromptu parade, led by two determined 6-year-olds toward the supply closet at the back of the community center. Delilah caught his eye over Harper's head and shrugged, clearly amused by their new commanders. "The cups are in here," Harper whispered conspiratorially, pointing to the storage closet. "In the storage closet?" Eli asked, suspicion rising. "Are you sure?" "Aha. Grandpa Bernie put them there for safekeeping," Wes insisted, already pushing the door open. Against his better judgment, Eli followed them into the dimly lit space. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, the closet illuminated only by a weak overhead bulb that flickered occasionally. The room smelled of dust, old holiday decorations, and the lingering scent of cleaning products. "Where are these teacups?" he asked, squinting as the twins darted around various boxes and shelves. "Over here. By the Christmas stuff," Harper called, disappearing behind a stack of plastic tubs. Delilah moved deeper into the closet, her shoulder brushing against his as she passed. "I don't see any teacups, guys." "Are you sure?" The distinct click of the door shutting interrupted her. Eli spun around just in time to hear Wes's muffled oops from the other side. "Very funny kids," Eli called, striding to the door. He turned the handle. Nothing happened. He tried again, jiggling it more forcefully. It didn't budge. "Wes? Harper?" Delilah called, pressing her ear against the door. "The joke's over, you can let us out now." Faint giggling was the only response, followed by the pitter-patter of small feet running away. "Did we just get pranked by 6-year-olds?" Eli asked incredulously. "I believe we did," Delilah confirmed, still trying the door handle. "And they're surprisingly good at it." The storage closet suddenly felt much smaller than it had moments ago. The musty scent of old decorations mixed with the lingering sweetness of honey still clinging to their clothes. Darkness enveloped them except for thin strips of light from beneath the door and the weak overhead bulb that cast more shadows than illumination. Eli became acutely aware of Delilah's presence, the warmth radiating from her as she bumped against him, trying different angles on the doorknob. "It's definitely locked," she announced, giving the door a final frustrated push. "Great. Just great." Eli pulled out his phone, already knowing what he'd find. "No service." "Of course." Delilah stepped back from the door, directly into a box of what sounded like ornaments. She lost her balance, arms pinwheeling, and instinctively grabbed Eli's arm to steady herself. Her fingers wrapped around his bicep, warm and surprisingly strong. For a moment, neither of them moved. "Sorry," she said, releasing him as though burned. "Turns out I'm just as graceful off a goat as I am on one." Eli's arm tingled where she touched him. He ignored it. "We should probably sit down before one of us breaks something valuable. Or ourselves." They settled against the wall, shoulders touching in the limited space. Eli tried not to think about how close they were, or how this whole situation felt like another setup from the matchmaking grandmothers of Maplewood. "So," Delilah said after a moment of silence, "how long do you think until someone notices we're missing?" "Depends. If Popo, May, and Gigi are behind this, probably an hour." "You think they recruited the twins?" "I wouldn't put anything past those two." Delilah laughed, the sound surprisingly melodic in the close quarters. "They're pretty determined. You have to admire their commitment." "I'd prefer if they committed to literally anything else besides making my life chaotic," Eli grumbled, though without real heat. He was too tired for proper indignation. Silence fell between them, less uncomfortable than Eli would have expected. After a few minutes, Delilah shifted beside him. "So," she said casually, "Sweet Haven. How did that happen? You and Josie don't exactly seem like the obvious business partners." The question caught him off guard, both its normalcy and genuine curiosity. "We're not on paper. But we've been friends since forever, and we both have different strengths. She's creative, I'm practical. She dreams up the recipes, I make sure we actually turn a profit." "And you enjoy it?" The practical side. Eli considered this, surprising himself with his own honesty. Yeah, I do. There's something satisfying about getting the margins right, watching a business grow slowly and steadily. It's dependable. Dependable, Delilah repeated, and he couldn't quite read her tone. That makes sense. What about you? He asked, genuinely curious despite himself. Sugar and Spice is pretty different from Sweet Haven. Delilah made a non-committal sound. That's the point, isn't it? Maplewood already had a traditional bakery. I wanted to bring something different. By which you mean chaotic and experimental. By which I mean fun and unexpected, she corrected. I spent years in culinary school learning all the rules so I could figure out the best ways to break them. That sounds stressful. Says the guy who probably has his spice rack alphabetized. It's organized by frequency of use, Eli corrected automatically, then winced when Delilah burst into laughter. I knew it! Let me guess, you also have a backup inventory of vanilla extract, just in case there's a shortage. That happened once and I was prepared. Their laughter mingled in the darkness, and Eli was struck by how easy this conversation felt. Without the pressure of prying eyes or competition parameters, Delilah was surprisingly good company. So what brought you to Maplewood? He asked. It's not exactly a culinary hotspot. Delilah was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice held a vulnerability he'd never heard before. I was just passing through, actually. On my way to a job interview in Seattle. My car broke down and while I was waiting for parts, I walked around town. It was... She trailed off, searching for words. It felt like someplace worth staying. Even with all the meddling and gossip? Especially with all the meddling and gossip. It meant people cared. The simple honesty of her answer resonated with something in Eli. He'd never considered Maplewood's nosiness as a form of caring before. What about you? She asked. Did you always plan to stay? No, he admitted. I had applications out for business school. Was planning to move to Chicago. What changed? Eli hadn't talked about this in years, but the darkness made confessions easier somehow. My dad got sick. I stayed to help, and by the time he recovered, Josie had this idea about opening a bakery. It just happened. Do you regret it? No, he said, surprising himself with how true it was. It's home. The conversation flowed more naturally than Eli would have ever expected, drifting from bakeries to childhood disasters to ridiculous customer requests. In the dim light with no audience, Delilah seemed less like a rival and more like a person. A fascinating one at that. I've always wondered, he found himself saying, why you seem to go out of your way to push my buttons. From day one, it's like you made it your personal mission to drive me crazy. Delilah went quiet for a long moment. He could feel her shoulder tense against his. When I first came to town, she finally said, your bakery represented everything I was running from. Safe. Predictable. Traditional. She shifted slightly. I thought if I could prove my way was better, more exciting, more innovative, it would somehow justify all my choices. But now... Now? Eli prompted when she didn't continue. Now I'm not so sure there's a better. Just different. She laughed softly. Don't get me wrong, I still think your menu could use some excitement. But I've seen how people light up when they walk into Sweet Haven. That's real. The admission hung between them, unexpectedly honest. Eli found himself at a loss for words. Besides, she added, her voice regaining its usual playfulness, you're really fun to annoy. You get this little crease right between your eyebrows. I do not. You're doing it right now, aren't you? He was, and her delighted laugh told him she knew it. You want to hear about my biggest baking disaster ever? She asked, shifting to face him better. It puts today's goat situation to shame. This I have to hear. Delilah turned more fully toward him, animated as she described an elaborate wedding cake disaster involving spilled food coloring, a temperamental oven, and an unfortunate incident with the bride's mother. As she gestured wildly to demonstrate the cake's eventual collapse, her face came within inches of his, close enough that he could see the way her eyes caught what little light filtered into the closet. It was like watching a slow-motion train wreck, except the train was made of fondant and my career prospects, she said, her voice dropping slightly as she seemingly became aware of their proximity. Time seemed to suspend itself. Eli could smell the faint scent of vanilla and spice that clung to her skin, could see the individual lashes framing her eyes, could feel the slight intake of her breath. The closet suddenly felt both too small and not small enough. He could lean forward just slightly, close that small distance. Instead, he cleared his throat. "This entire situation has Po-Po, May, and Gigi written all over it," he said, forcing a light tone. "They've probably got the twins on their matchmaking payroll, despite having no actual grandchildren in the competition." Delilah laughed, though it sounded slightly breathless. "You think Bernie's in on it too?" "Bernie's definitely taking bets. Probably offered the twins ice cream to pull this off." The tension eased but didn't disappear entirely. Something had shifted between them, a new awareness that Eli was terrified to examine too closely. The sound of voices and footsteps approaching the closet rescued him from his thoughts. "Checked everywhere else?" came Maggie's voice. "They must be in here." "Locked in storage closet." "Very convenient," Po-Po May's voice replied, dripping with fake innocence. "We're in here," Delilah called, scrambling to her feet. Eli followed suit, relief and something like disappointment mingling in his chest. The door swung open, flooding the closet with light. Maggie stood there looking concerned, flanked by the two most innocent-looking guilty grandmothers Eli had ever seen. "There you are," Maggie exclaimed. "We've been looking everywhere. The tea-tasting challenge is about to begin." "Strange how door locked itself," Po-Po May mused, not even attempting to sound convincing. Eli stepped into the light, blinking and carefully avoiding looking at Delilah. He wasn't ready to see what might be written on her face, or worse, what might be written on his. "We got trapped," he explained unnecessarily. "How unfortunate," Gigi said, eyes twinkling. "But perhaps fortunate too, no? Sometimes we find unexpected things in dark places." Eli couldn't argue with that. He'd certainly found something unexpected in that closet, he just wasn't sure what to do with it yet.
Chapter 4: Spill the Tea, Literally. Delilah stumbled out of the storage closet, blinking rapidly as her eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness of the community center. Her shoulder bumped against a stack of folding chairs, causing a minor avalanche of metal that somehow felt less chaotic than the flutter in her chest. The past 20 minutes trapped with Eli in that cramped, dimly lit space had left her feeling unsettled. Not in a bad way, necessarily, but in a way she couldn't quite define. "Finally free, are we?" Bernard Calloway tucked the key into his pocket, with a twinkle in his eye that suggested he'd taken his sweet time finding it. "Doors these days. So tricky." "Yeah, super tricky," Delilah muttered, smoothing her hands down her jeans and deliberately not looking back at Eli, who was now stepping out behind her. She could feel his presence, a warm, solid thing at her back, too close and not close enough all at once. Which was ridiculous. This was Eli Carter, Maplewood's walking definition of no fun allowed. "Oh, ma chérie." Gigi materialized in front of her, all fluttering hands and concerned clucking that didn't quite mask the satisfaction in her eyes. She brushed at Delilah's shoulders vigorously, as though she'd spent the last 20 minutes rolling in dust rather than trying not to notice how good Eli smelled up close. How unfortunate you two were locked away together for so long. Delilah had only met Theo's grandmother a handful of times since opening Sugar and Spice last year, but somehow the elegant Frenchwoman had decided to adopt her into her circle of meddling affection. "Yeah, real unfortunate," Delilah said, catching Gigi's hand mid-brush. "Almost like someone planned it." Gigi's eyes widened with practiced innocence. "Planned? What a thought." Bernard simply misplaced the key. "These things happen." "I'm sure they do. Especially when certain people are around." Delilah's gaze slid to where Po-Po May stood, innocently rearranging delicate porcelain teacups on lace tablecloths while Harper and Wes giggled behind her, their small faces alight with mischief. "What were you two even doing in there?" Felix Martinez called out, his arms crossed as he leaned against the refreshment table. The gym teacher's typically jovial face had a distinct edge of annoyance. "Hiding from the competition?" Before Delilah could respond with something appropriately cutting, Maggie Sinclair's voice boomed through the community center, somehow amplified despite her not using a microphone. "Perfect timing. Maggie's clipboard slapped against her thigh as she strode toward them, her neon pink blazer practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "We were just about to send out a search party. But now you're here, which means we can proceed with our next exciting challenge." Delilah winced. Maggie's tendency to emphasize random words was giving her a headache. Or maybe that was just the emotional whiplash of going from the intimate darkness of the closet to this carnival of chaos. "Gigi's tea tasting challenge," Maggie announced, gesturing with a flourish toward the elegantly arranged tables. "A true test of the senses. Participants will be blindfolded and must identify mystery tea flavors. Points awarded for accuracy." Delilah's heart sank. Tea. She was a coffee person through and through. Despite Josie's valiant year-long campaign to convert her with Po May's special blends, tea remained a mysterious beverage that all tasted vaguely like hot leaf water to her. "Don't worry," Eli murmured beside her, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "I've got this one." She turned to face him, surprised by the lack of smugness in his tone. He wasn't bragging, just stating a fact. In the community center's fluorescent lighting, she noticed faint laugh lines around his eyes that she'd never spotted before. Had those always been there, or were they new lines from their closet conversation? She suddenly felt the ridiculous urge to trace them with her fingertip. "I'm not worried," she said instead, crossing her arms. "I've got an excellent palate." "For coffee and sugar, maybe," he said, the corner of his mouth twitching. "This is tea territory. Very different." "It's all just flavored water," she said with a dismissive wave, ignoring the scandalized gasp from Po May, who had somehow materialized within earshot. "How hard can it be?" The answer, as it turned out, was surprisingly hard. The setup was beautiful, she had to admit. Long tables covered in pristine lace tablecloths held gleaming silver trays of tiny porcelain teacups, steam rising in delicate curls that carried fragrant aromas throughout the room. Contestants sat in pairs, the buzz of nervous conversation filling the air as volunteers began distributing blindfolds. Delilah followed Eli to their assigned seats, hyper-aware of his forearm accidentally brushing against hers as they maneuvered between tables. The touch sent a weird little spark up her arm that she immediately blamed on static electricity. "This blindfold is silk," the volunteer said cheerfully as she tied it around Delilah's eyes. "Imported specifically for this event." "Of course it is," Delilah muttered, darkness enveloping her vision. Maplewood's commitment to making everything extra was both charming and exhausting. The darkness behind the blindfold instantly transported her back to the closet. The same heightened awareness of sounds, the same disorienting feeling of not knowing exactly where Eli was in relation to her body. "First round." Maggie's voice rang out. Delilah heard the delicate clink of porcelain as cups were placed in front of them. "Take a sip and then tell us what you're tasting." Delilah fumbled for her cup, hands outstretched like a zombie in a B-movie. Her fingertips bumped against warm porcelain, and she carefully lifted it, praying she wouldn't spill it all over herself. Eli went first. She heard him take a careful sip, the thoughtful pause, and then, Ceylon with bergamot steeped exactly 4 minutes. "Correct." Maggie's voice boomed, followed by a smattering of impressed applause. Delilah took her own sip. "It tasted like tea." "Fancy tea, maybe?" Earl Grey," she ventured, going with the only tea name that came readily to mind. "Close," Maggie said generously. But Eli was more specific. Half point to Delilah, full point to Eli. This pattern repeated for the next 2 rounds, with Eli identifying each tea with irritating precision. Darjeeling first flush, slightly understeeped. White peony with a hint of jasmine, steeped at exactly 175 degrees. Po May has been pushing her teas on me since I was in middle school," he explained after his third perfect answer. Delilah couldn't see him through her blindfold, but she could hear the slight smile in his voice as Gigi declared him correct yet again. "You pick things up after a while." And there it was again, that reminder that Eli belonged here in a way Delilah still didn't. He had history in Maplewood. Roots. Meanwhile, she'd blown in like a tumbleweed a year ago, still trying to find her footing. "Fourth round," Maggie announced. "This one's a bit trickier." Delilah heard the cup being placed in front of her. This time she'd go first. She needed to score some points or Felix's smug victory dance would haunt her dreams. She reached for the cup, determined to redeem herself. Her hand bumped the saucer awkwardly, sending hot liquid sloshing over the rim. She felt the warm splash against her wrist and hissed in surprise. Then suddenly Eli's fingers were there, gently steadying her hand. His touch was firm but careful, like he was holding something precious rather than preventing a minor tea spill. "Easy," he murmured, close enough that she could feel his breath against her cheek. "It's not going anywhere." His fingers lingered around her wrist a moment longer than necessary, before slowly pulling away. The tea hadn't been hot enough to burn, but her skin felt branded anyway. "Thanks," she managed, her voice embarrassingly husky. The room suddenly felt 10 degrees warmer. She lifted the cup to her lips with exaggerated care, trying to focus on the taste rather than the ghost of his touch still circling her wrist. The tea was grassy with a sweet finish. Green tea with honey," she ventured. "Correct," Maggie declared, and Delilah felt a ridiculous surge of pride. 1 point to Team Sugar Haven. "Team Sugar Haven?" Delilah protested. "I own Sugar and Spice, not?" "Final round," Maggie interrupted. "This is for all the marbles." Delilah heard an exasperated sigh from Eli. "There are no marbles, Maggie." "It's an expression, Eli," Maggie huffed. "Now focus. This is for the win." Improbably, after 4 rounds, they were tied with Felix and his partner. Delilah's competitive nature, which she'd been pretending didn't exist since being roped into these games, roared to life. She wanted to win. She wanted to wipe that smug look off Felix's face. She wanted Eli to look at her with something other than exasperation. The final teacup was placed in her hands, and immediately she noticed it felt different, heavier, with an unusual shape. The porcelain was thicker, almost like a mug rather than the delicate cups they'd been using. Delilah took a careful sip, letting the liquid roll across her tongue. The flavor was floral but not grassy, with a distinct sweetness that coated her throat pleasantly. "Chrysanthemum tea with honey," she said confidently. "Correct," Maggie shouted, followed by enthusiastic applause. "You may remove your blindfolds for the final tallying." Delilah untied her blindfold, blinking as her eyes readjusted to the light. She glanced down at her teacup, ready to celebrate catching up to Eli's tea expertise, and froze. There, written in delicate blue script along the bottom of the cup where only she could see it, were the words, "Confess your feelings or lose 10 points." She nearly choked, her celebratory smile dying on her lips. Her gaze shot to Po May, who, despite having absolutely no blood relation to her, had apparently appointed herself Delilah's personal matchmaker the moment she'd arrived in Maplewood. The elderly woman caught her eye from across the room and winked, a gesture so sly it should have been illegal for someone approaching 80. "Everything okay?" Eli asked beside her, his brow furrowed in what appeared to be genuine concern. "Fine," she squeaked, quickly draining the rest of her tea to hide the message. "Just tea overload." Bernard shuffled to the front of the room, adjusting his glasses as he consulted a clipboard. "After 5 rounds," he announced, "Team Martinez is in the lead with 15 points. Team Sweet Haven has 14 points. Felix pumped his fist in premature victory, while Delilah frantically weighed her options. They needed those 10 points to win. But confessing feelings to Eli? What feelings? The mild appreciation she had for his forearms? The grudging respect for his baking skills? The occasional, completely unwelcome flutter in her stomach when he rolled up his sleeves and got serious about a recipe? Those weren't feelings. Those were temporary malfunctions of her usually reliable good taste. But the entire room was watching, and Felix looked so smugly confident, and somehow in the last 24 hours, winning this ridiculous competition had become important to her. "Any final comments before I declare a winner?" Bernard asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief as they lingered on Delilah. She met Po May's expectant gaze across the room. The older woman raised one elegant eyebrow, a gesture that clearly said, "Well." In that moment, Delilah made a split-second decision. With theatrical flair, she dramatically draped herself against Eli's arm, batting her eyelashes excessively. "I simply must confess," she declared in an over-the-top voice that wouldn't have been out of place in a high school production of Romeo and Juliet, "that I am incredibly impressed by Eli's surprisingly refined palate. Who knew that beneath that grumpy exterior lurked such sensitivity?" She gazed up at him with what she hoped was a convincingly smitten expression, while her brain screamed at her to stop embarrassing herself. A ripple of amusement ran through the crowd. Po May's eyes narrowed, clearly unimpressed with Delilah's creative interpretation of confessing feelings. Delilah kept her theatrical smile plastered in place, painfully aware that she was making a fool of herself, but too committed to back down now. What she didn't expect was Eli's reaction. Instead of stiffening or pulling away with an eye roll as she'd anticipated, he leaned slightly closer, their shoulders touching. His voice was low, meant for her ears only, but with an unexpected playfulness that sent a shiver down her spine. "That's not a real confession, Wu. But nice try." The challenge in his words, combined with the warmth of his breath against her ear, left her momentarily speechless, a condition she couldn't recall experiencing since the 3rd grade when Tommy Phillips had put a frog in her desk. "And the winners are..." Bernard's voice cut through her stunned silence. "Team Martinez with 15 points. Team Sweet Haven comes in second with exactly 10 points less." Felix's victory whoop was almost drowned out by Delilah's indignant squawk. "Wait, what? How did we lose by exactly 10 points?" Bernard shrugged, a picture of feigned innocence. "Rules are rules. There seems to have been a penalty assessed." Across the room, Po May and Gigi exchanged satisfied glances that made Delilah's blood pressure spike. The two elderly women looked like chess masters who had successfully executed a complicated opening move. With dawning horror, Delilah realized that this wasn't just about today's competition, this was something larger, more intricate, and she and Eli were somehow the unwitting centerpieces. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, too quietly for anyone but Eli to hear. "We should have won." "Would a real confession have been so hard?" Eli asked, still standing close enough that their arms touched. His tone was light, but there was something in his eyes she couldn't quite read. "I don't have anything to confess," she protested, crossing her arms. "It was a stupid rule they made up on the spot." "Sure." His mouth quirked in that not-quite smile that somehow managed to be more infuriating than an actual smirk. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, Wu." Before she could form a suitably cutting response, Maggie was upon them, clipboard aloft like a weapon of mass enthusiasm. "Wasn't that exciting?" she exclaimed, physically inserting herself between Delilah and Eli. "Now let's prepare for our next challenge. Everyone needs to partner up for..." "Wait," Delilah interrupted, holding up her hand. "You mean there's more? Today?" "Of course." Maggie looked genuinely surprised at the question. "The Grandmother Games are an all-day event. We have 3 more challenges before sunset." Delilah caught Eli's eye over Maggie's shoulder. For once his expression mirrored exactly what she was feeling, a mixture of disbelief, resignation, and the dawning realization that they had severely underestimated what they were getting into. "Great," she said weakly. "Can't wait." As they followed Maggie toward the next station, Delilah risked a glance back at Po May and Gigi, who had their heads together in obvious scheming. Despite not being related to either of them, Delilah suddenly understood with crystal clarity that bloodlines offered no protection from Maplewood's most determined matchmakers. She was quite simply doomed. And judging by the wary look on Eli's face as Felix promised a rematch at the next event, so was he.
Chapter 5 Whisk Why Business. Eli let his forehead thump against the glass door of Sweet Haven Bakery, fogging it with his breath as he fumbled for the right key. 5 a.m., and he was already dreading the day, not because of the hour he'd opened at 5 for years, but because of what waited inside. The Grandmother Game's latest torture session, a baking challenge in his own kitchen. His sanctuary. His territory. About to be invaded. He pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of vanilla and yeast, usually his morning comfort, did nothing to settle the knot in his stomach. Sweet Haven was supposed to be his refuge, the place where he knew exactly where everything belonged. Today it would be a battleground. The lights were already on. "You're late," called a cheerful voice from somewhere in the back. "I was beginning to think you'd surrender by default." Eli followed the sound, knowing exactly who he'd find. Delilah Wu stood in the center of his kitchen, examining the setup with unabashed curiosity, running her fingers along his countertops and peering into cabinets like she owned the place. "How did you get in?" he demanded, dropping his bag with more force than necessary. Delilah held up a key. "Po May. Don't ask me how she has a copy. That woman has keys to everything in Maplewood, including, I suspect, the mayor's liquor cabinet." Eli made a mental note to change all the locks. "And possibly move to another town. Or country." "Please don't touch anything," he said, eyeing her warily as she examined his collection of mixing bowls. "These are nice," she said, ignoring his request and picking up his favorite KitchenAid bowl. "Very precise. Very you." Before Eli could respond, the front door banged open again, and Maggie Sinclair burst in with all the subtlety of a glitter bomb. She carried a clipboard in one hand and what appeared to be a small camera in the other. "Good morning, competitors," Maggie sang out, her high ponytail bouncing with each step. "Isn't this exciting? Day 3 of the Grandmother Games, and we're finally getting to the culinary portion." "Thrilling," Eli deadpanned. "Why are you setting up a camera?" "For posterity," Maggie beamed, positioning the device on a shelf overlooking the kitchen. "And maybe a highlight reel for the community center's fundraiser. Don't worry, you won't even notice it." Eli very much doubted that. He noticed everything in his kitchen, including the way Delilah was now studying his specialized pastry tools with dangerous interest. "Let me go over today's challenge," Maggie continued, consulting her clipboard with the intensity of a general planning a military strike. "This is the speed bake-off. You and your partner will create a signature dessert in 30 minutes. That didn't sound too bad. Eli could make 3 different desserts in 30 minutes with his eyes closed. "But," Maggie added, raising a finger, "here's the twist." Of course there was a twist. There was always a twist with these people. You can only communicate through verbal instructions that the other must follow blindly. No demonstrations allowed. The person giving instructions cannot touch any ingredients or tools. Eli's stomach dropped. He glanced at Delilah, who grinned at him with mischievous delight. "Don't worry, Carter," she said, patting his arm. "I'm great at following directions." Somehow, he seriously doubted that. Delilah was chaos personified. She probably considered recipes more like loose suggestions than actual rules. A commotion from the front of the bakery drew their attention. Eli looked over to see Felix Martinez strutting in with his partner, a petite woman Eli recognized as the local library's children's programmer. They were both dressed in matching athletic gear, and Eli couldn't believe his eyes. They were warming up with synchronized whisking motions. "Morning, Carter," Felix called out, executing a perfect mime of folding batter. "Ready to get creamed?" "Is he serious?" Eli muttered. "Deadly," Delilah whispered. "I heard he made his partner practice blindfolded whisking techniques for 2 hours yesterday." Before Eli could process that disturbing image, the front door chimed again, and in walked the architects of all his current misery, Po May and Gigi, followed by what appeared to be half the senior citizens of Maplewood. "Don't mind us," Po May called cheerfully. "We're just impartial observers." Their matching t-shirts told a different story. Emblazoned across the front in glittering letters was Team Delilah plus Eli, creating a portmanteau that made Eli wince. They deliberately misspelled Delilah's name to force their names together. "How did you get a key to my bakery?" he asked, already knowing the answer would defy logic. "Oh, Bernard had one," Gigi said airily, adjusting her oversized sunglasses despite being indoors. On cue, Bernard Calloway shuffled in, carrying a judge's clipboard and wearing an expression of pure delight at the impending chaos. The elderly former principal had a twinkle in his eye that spelled trouble. "Shall we begin?" Bernard asked, clapping his hands together. He moved to the center of the kitchen with surprising agility for a man in his 70s. "Competitors, gather round." Eli reluctantly joined the small circle, standing as far from Delilah as possible, which wasn't far enough when she deliberately sidled up next to him. Bernard cleared his throat dramatically. Today's challenge tests the most essential elements of any partnership. You must create a delectable dessert, but you can only succeed through clear communication, mutual respect, and, he paused meaningfully, glancing between Eli and Delilah, occasionally physical guidance. Eli caught Delilah's eye accidentally, and they both looked away quickly. He felt heat creeping up his neck that had nothing to do with the ovens preheating behind them. Judges will score on teamwork as much as flavor, Bernard continued. Remember, a good partnership is like a good soufflé. It requires the perfect balance of structure and passion. From the corner of his eye, Eli saw Po May elbow Gigi, both of them grinning like they'd already won something. The kitchen, usually his sanctuary, felt suddenly foreign. The gleaming stainless steel counters that he meticulously cleaned each night now reflected unfamiliar faces. His carefully organized shelves of ingredients, arranged by frequency of use and carefully labeled, were already in disarray from competition prep. The warmth from the preheating ovens, normally comforting, now made the space feel claustrophobic. And through it all, he caught the faint scent of cinnamon that somehow always clung to Delilah, even here in his vanilla and yeast domain. Competitors, take your positions, Bernard announced. You have 30 seconds to decide who will instruct first, and, he raised a small air horn, we begin. Felix and his partner immediately huddled together, whispering strategy. Eli turned reluctantly to Delilah. I should instruct first, he said firmly. I know where everything is. Delilah crossed her arms. And I should go first because I have vision, Carter. When's the last time you improvised anything? I improvise. Ordering 1 pump of vanilla in your coffee instead of 2 doesn't count as living dangerously. Before he could argue further, Bernard's air horn blasted, and the clock started ticking down from 30 minutes. Felix's team sprang into action immediately, moving with the precision of a synchronized swimming duo. Meanwhile, Eli stood frozen, suddenly overwhelmed by having someone else in his carefully organized space, ready to touch his things, use his tools, possibly ruin his reputation with whatever monstrosity they might create. Delilah broke the tension by grabbing his favorite mixing bowl from the shelf, the heavy-bottomed one with the perfect lip for folding in ingredients. We're making chocolate soufflé with caramel sauce, she announced, placing the bowl on the counter with a decisive thunk. That's impossible in 30 minutes, Eli protested. We need something simpler like. Unless, Delilah interrupted, raising an eyebrow, you're scared of a little challenge, Carter? The gleam in her eye was pure provocation, and Eli felt himself rising to the bait despite knowing better. Fine. First, get the unsalted butter from the refrigerator. The European kind in the blue wrapper. Delilah moved to the massive industrial refrigerator, pulling open the wrong door first. Other side, Eli said, already feeling his blood pressure rise. No, not that shelf. Lower. Lower. The blue, no, that's teal, the blue wrapper. By the time Delilah finally had the butter in hand, Eli felt like he'd run a marathon. This was going to be the longest 30 minutes of his life. Now get the bittersweet chocolate. Top shelf of the pantry, in the clear container marked Valrhona. Delilah opened the pantry and stared at the dozens of neatly labeled containers. Which one? There are like 50 chocolates in here. It's clearly labeled. Your handwriting is tiny. It's neat and efficient. From across the kitchen, Felix called out, We've already tempered our chocolate, which did nothing to improve Eli's mood. Once they finally had the chocolate and butter, Eli guided Delilah through the process of creating a double boiler to melt them together. Add exactly 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, he instructed, watching nervously as she approached his extract collection. Delilah measured with a casual flick of her wrist that made his eye twitch. Now what? Separate 6 eggs, yolks in the medium bowl, whites in the copper one. Got it. She grabbed the eggs, cracking the first one with surprising confidence. When I'm instructing, you should prepare for much less precision, she warned cheerfully. I'm more of a dump-in chocolate until it feels right kind of baker. Eli suppressed a shudder. That's not baking, that's chaos. That's artistry, she corrected, separating another egg with a flourish. Your problem is you're too rigid. Baking isn't just science, it's feeling. Baking is absolutely science, he argued. It's chemistry. Precise measurements create consistent results. Delilah rolled her eyes, moving on to the 4th egg. And that's why your pastries are technically perfect but lack soul. My pastries don't lack careful. The yolk broke, spilling into the whites. Eli bit back a groan. Oops, Delilah said, not sounding sorry at all. Guess we'll have to feel our way through this one. 15 minutes in, they swapped roles. Eli braced himself for disaster as Delilah took over the instructions. Okay, she said, thinking for a moment. Add a generous scoop of that cocoa powder. How generous? Tablespoon? Quarter cup? Just, She made a scooping gesture with her hand. Until it looks right. Eli measured a precise tablespoon, ignoring her sigh. Now some of that fancy salt you keep hiding in the blue jar. I don't hide it, it's organized with the other. Less talking, more salting. As they worked, the kitchen grew warmer, the air thicker with the scent of melting chocolate and vanilla. Eli found himself hyperaware of every movement Delilah made, the way she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, leaving a smudge of flour on her cheek, how her eyes lit up when she tasted the chocolate mixture and declared it not bad, Carter. Their progress was slow compared to Felix's team, who moved together like they'd been baking partners for years instead of days. The turning point came 20 minutes in. Delilah reached confidently for what she thought was baking powder, but grabbed the salt container instead. Eli saw the mistake and reacted on instinct, catching her wrist before she could dump a tablespoon of salt into their soufflé mix. His fingers wrapped around her wrist, feeling her pulse flutter against his thumb. The kitchen suddenly felt 10 degrees warmer as she looked up at him, surprise in her eyes. Trust me, he said quietly, guiding her hand to the correct ingredient on the shelf. This one. For a moment they stayed frozen like that, his hand still holding her wrist, her eyes locked on his. Something shifted in the air between them, a slight change in pressure like the moment before a soufflé rises. Bernard's voice broke the spell. 15 minutes remaining, bakers. They jumped apart. Delilah cleared her throat. Right. Thanks for the save. They returned to work with renewed focus, but the rhythm had changed. There was less bickering, more coordination. Eli found himself anticipating her next move, and she seemed more attuned to his instructions. Then disaster struck. With exactly 15 minutes left on the clock, Delilah turned too quickly while demonstrating how to whisk, with feeling, Carter, like you're trying to wake up those egg whites. Her elbow caught the large container of flour Eli had left open on the counter. The world seemed to move in slow motion as the container tipped, then upended completely. A cloud of white powder exploded across the kitchen, covering them both in a fine dusty layer. Silence fell as floury particles drifted through the air like snow. Eli stared at Delilah. She stared back, her dark hair and eyelashes now ghostly white, her expression frozen in horror. And then, to his own surprise, Eli started laughing. Not his usual controlled chuckle, but a full-bodied laugh that bent him double. Delilah looked so ridiculous, normally put together, now resembling a powdered donut. And the genuine shock on her face was priceless. After a moment of stunned silence, Delilah's laughter joined his, bright and uninhibited. Your face, she wheezed, pointing at him. You look like a haunted Victorian ghost. Their laughter seemed to break something loose between them. When they returned to baking, still occasionally snorting with laughter when a cloud of flour puffed from their clothes, they fell into an unexpected rhythm. Eli provided the structure and technique, Delilah added spontaneity and intuition. The soufflé began to take shape, not exactly by the book but with promise. It needs something, Delilah said, studying their creation as Eli prepared the ramekins. Before he could stop her, she dipped her finger into the chocolate batter and dotted it on the tip of his nose. There. Artistic inspiration. Eli froze, torn between outrage and something else entirely. In his kitchen with his ingredients, under normal circumstances, he would never allow such nonsense. But nothing about this day was normal, and the playful challenge in Delilah's eyes made him do something completely out of character. He dipped his own finger into the batter and left a matching dot on her cheek. Delilah's eyes widened in delight. Mr. Carter, she said in mock scandal, did you just play with food in your own kitchen? Alert the authorities. 5 minutes. Bernard called, looking far too entertained by the flour-covered spectacle before him. They worked furiously to finish, pouring batter into ramekins and sliding them into the oven with seconds to spare. While they waited for the soufflés to bake, Eli mixed a quick caramel sauce, following Delilah's surprisingly good suggestion to add a pinch of sea salt. In the final moments, as they plated their creation, Eli noticed the smudge of chocolate still on Delilah's cheek. Without thinking, he reached out, his thumb brushing against her skin to wipe it away. Time seemed to slow as their eyes met, and he became acutely aware of how close they were standing, how natural it felt to touch her like this. Her skin was soft beneath the flour dust. A small freckle peeked out from where he'd wiped the chocolate away. He hadn't noticed that freckle before. "Time's up," Bernard announced, startling Eli into dropping his hand as if burned. Their creation was placed before the judges, a slightly lopsided chocolate soufflé with salted caramel sauce. Not the prettiest dessert ever to come out of Sweet Haven's kitchen, but when the judges tasted it, their expressions registered pleasant surprise. "Interesting technique," Bernard commented, his eyes twinkling as he glanced between them. "Unusual, but effective." In the end, Felix's team was declared the winners with their perfect execution of a classic French pastry. Felix pumped his fist in the air like he'd won Olympic gold rather than a small-town competition round. Eli should have been annoyed, he hated losing at anything, but as he watched Delilah attempting to dust flour from her hair, he found it hard to feel too disappointed. Without overthinking it, he turned to her. "Losers buy dinner?" The words were out before he could reconsider them. He immediately regretted it, until he saw her surprised smile, a genuine one without her usual teasing edge. "Why, Carter," she said, brushing flour from her sleeve, "are you asking me out after I nearly destroyed your kitchen?" "I'm suggesting we eat food we don't have to cook ourselves," he clarified, though the distinction felt flimsy even to his own ears. "In that case," she said after a moment's consideration, "you're on." Across the room, Popo, May and Gigi exchanged triumphant looks, high-fiving discreetly behind a display case. Eli pretended not to notice, just as he pretended to be annoyed about losing to Felix. But as he watched Delilah laugh at something Bernard said, flour still dusting her hair like fresh snow, he couldn't quite convince himself he wasn't looking forward to dinner, even if it meant giving the meddling grandmothers exactly what they wanted.
Chapter 6, Table for Two, Grandmas for Spying. Delilah Wu's closet had turned against her. Every outfit she owned seemed to be conspiring to make this difficult. She glared at the three options she'd laid across her bed, hands on her hips. "This is ridiculous," she muttered to herself. "It's just dinner with Eli Carter. As in, I lost a bet, and now I have to endure watching him eat pasta. Nothing more." Her reflection in the full-length mirror looked unconvinced. She held up the first option, high-waisted jeans and her favorite silk blouse. Too try-hard. Next came black pants and a casual sweater. Too boring. Finally, the burgundy sweater dress she'd bought on impulse last fall but rarely worn. Perfect, she decided, ignoring the voice in her head that whispered it was also the most flattering. It's practical. It's October. It's cold. She slipped it on, pleased with how it skimmed her curves without being obvious about it, and added ankle boots that gave her an extra 2 inches of height. In the bathroom, she fluffed her hair, letting it fall in loose waves past her shoulders instead of her usual practical ponytail. For makeup, she kept it minimal, some mascara, a touch of blush. Her hand hesitated over her collection of lip products before selecting a clear gloss. "It's just because my lips get chapped in this weather," she informed her reflection firmly, ignoring the nervous flutter in her stomach as she applied it. Her phone buzzed with a text. "Eli, I'm outside." Of course he was. Exactly on time, probably parked with military precision at the curb. Not early, which would seem eager. Not late, which would be rude. Just punctual, responsible Eli Carter, fulfilling his end of a lost bet with the same precision he applied to everything else. Delilah grabbed her purse, took one final glance in the mirror, and headed downstairs. She wasn't prepared for the sight that greeted her when she opened the door. Eli stood on her porch, hands in his pockets, looking nothing like the flour-covered, exasperated competitor she was used to trading barbs with. He wore dark jeans that actually fit him properly, paired with a deep blue button-down that brought out the flecks of gold in his hazel eyes. His hair looked like he'd actually styled it, rather than just running his hands through it in frustration. The moment stretched between them, neither speaking. Delilah realized she was staring when Eli shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "You look nice," he finally said, the words coming out stiffer than his perfectly pressed shirt. You clean up okay too, Carter, she replied, aiming for casual but missing by a mile. No flour in your hair for once. I made a special effort. Another awkward beat passed. So, Delilah filled the silence, where are we going? I assume you've picked somewhere with edible food at least? A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I think I can manage that. His car was exactly what she'd expected. Practical, clean, not a single wrapper or coffee cup in sight. As they drove through Maplewood, Delilah tried to ignore how aware she was of his presence beside her. The occasional streetlight illuminated his profile, the line of his jaw, the curve of his mouth, when he made some dry comment about the town's excessive Halloween decorations already going up. When they pulled up to Rosetta's, the cozy Italian restaurant on the edge of town, Delilah felt a twinge of surprise. It wasn't the fanciest place in Maplewood, but it was definitely several steps above, paying off a lost bet territory. I figured you'd pick somewhere with a drive-through window, she said as he held the door for her. I considered it, he replied, his mouth quirking up at one corner. But then I remembered you'd never let me hear the end of it. As they walked to the entrance, she noticed how he positioned himself between her and the street. It was such a small, unconscious gesture of consideration that she almost called him out on it, but something stopped her. Maybe it was the way the evening air carried the scent of his cologne, something subtle with notes of cedar and citrus that made her want to lean just a fraction closer. The warmth of Rosetta's enveloped them as they stepped inside. The restaurant smelled of garlic, basil, and freshly baked bread, making Delilah's stomach rumble appreciatively. Soft Italian music played in the background, and the amber lights from vintage fixtures cast a warm glow over everything. They were led to a corner booth, intimate without being overtly romantic. As they settled in, Delilah became hyper-aware of every sensation. The worn leather of the booth, the soft clink of silverware against plates, the murmur of conversation from nearby tables, and especially the way Eli seemed to take up more space in this setting than he did covered in flour at the bakery. So, she said, picking up her menu. Come here often, Carter? Often enough, he replied, not looking up. Their pasta is good. Wow. Such enthusiasm. You should write restaurant reviews. He glanced up at her, a retort clearly on his lips when they were interrupted. Eli Carter. A woman about their age approached their table, dark curls bouncing as she moved. I thought that was you. She turned to Delilah with a wide smile. And you must be the famous Delilah Wu. I'm Rosa. Famous? Delilah echoed. Oh, the whole town's talking about you two and the grandmother games, Rosa said cheerfully. Especially after the speed bake-off yesterday. Felix's partner came in for lunch and said you two were either going to kill each other, or… Rosa, Eli interrupted, a flush creeping up his neck. Aren't you supposed to be, I don't know, serving other customers? Rosa laughed and swatted his shoulder with her order pad. Still grumpy, I see. Some things never change. Did you know, she said, turning to Delilah with a conspiratorial smile, that Eli used to work here as a busboy? Summer before college. My father hired him, because he was the only applicant who showed up with an ironed shirt and a resume in a folder. I did not need to know that, Eli muttered. But now I do, and I can never unknow it. Oh please, Delilah leaned forward, delighted. Tell me more. Well, Rosa's eyes sparkled with mischief. There was this one time he dropped an entire tray of cannoli during a marriage proposal dinner. Can we order? Eli cut in, looking pained. Some of us are here to eat, not excavate ancient history. Rosa winked at Delilah. I'll be back for your orders. And I'll save the story about him getting locked in the wine cellar for dessert. After she left, Delilah couldn't contain her grin. So, busboy Carter. I'm seeing a whole new side of you tonight. Don't start, he warned, but there was no real heat behind it. Did you wear a little bow tie? Please tell me there was a bow tie. It was a regular tie, thank you very much. Even better. She laughed. Teenage Eli with a clip-on tie, bussing tables with mathematical precision. It wasn't a clip-on, he protested, but a reluctant smile was breaking through his mock outrage. And I'll have you know I was an excellent busboy. I'm sure you were. Probably lined the plates up with a ruler. His laugh was unexpected, genuine and warm, like it had been surprised out of him. Delilah felt an odd sense of accomplishment at the sound. Somehow, with Rosa's intervention, the tension between them had evaporated. When their appetizers arrived, bruschetta and garlic knots, Delilah noticed Eli's quiet observation of her preferences. After she took 2 garlic knots in quick succession, he wordlessly slid the last one onto her plate. The unconscious thoughtfulness of the gesture caught her off guard. "You don't want it?" she asked. "You clearly like them more," he said simply. Their fingers brushed as they both reached for the same piece of bruschetta. The brief contact sent an electric tingle up Delilah's arm, and she found herself not pulling away as quickly as she should have. Eli's eyes met hers for a moment, and something unspoken passed between them before he finally withdrew his hand. "So," he said, clearing his throat, "tell me about your family's bakery in San Francisco." Delilah blinked, surprised by the genuine interest in his question. "How did you know about that?" "Maplewood's a small town," he said with a shrug. "And Po May might have mentioned it." "Right." Delilah twirled the stem of her wine glass. "Well, it's nothing like sugar and spice. My parents started it before I was born, a tiny storefront in Chinatown that specialized in fusion desserts. French techniques with Chinese flavors mostly." As she spoke, she found herself sharing more than she'd intended. About growing up surrounded by the scent of 5-spice powder and vanilla, how her sisters had all gone to culinary school while she'd learned by experimenting, how her parents still couldn't quite understand why she'd chosen Maplewood over a career in San Francisco. What surprised her most was how Eli listened. Not the half-listening most people did while waiting for their turn to speak, but with complete focus. He asked follow-up questions, remembered details she'd mentioned earlier, and watched her with such intensity that she became increasingly self-conscious, not in an uncomfortable way, but as if she'd become a fascinating puzzle he was trying to solve. She caught herself gesturing more animatedly than usual, wanting to keep that look of interest on his face. "Sorry," she said, suddenly aware she'd been talking for several minutes straight. "I'm monopolizing the conversation." "I asked because I wanted to know," he said simply. Their entrees arrived, fettuccine for her, lasagna for him, and the conversation shifted to their shared interests, which were more numerous than Delilah had anticipated. "Wait," she said, pointing her fork at him. "You watch Disaster Bakers too? I thought you'd be more of a Great British Bake Off purist." "I appreciate the classics," he admitted, "but sometimes you just need to watch someone try to make a 3-tier cake that looks like their childhood pet and end up with a structural collapse." "Exactly." She laughed. "It's like a train wreck in slow motion. You can't look away." "Speaking of train wrecks," Eli said, a mischievous glint in his eye, "what was that thing you tried to call a chocolate soufflé yesterday? Before it exploded, I mean." "Oh, like your perfectly measured disaster was any better," she shot back. "At least mine was creative before it died." He chuckled, stretching his arm casually across the back of their booth while telling her about the worst baking disaster he'd ever witnessed at Sweet Haven. He wasn't quite touching her, but close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Delilah had to remind herself that this was just the result of a lost bet, not a real date. Even if it felt increasingly like one. By the time they'd finished their main courses, Delilah had learned that Eli secretly loved terrible reality TV, couldn't understand why anyone would willingly eat black licorice, and shared her cynical amusement at Maplewood's small-town quirks. "Dessert?" he asked as Rosa cleared their plates. "Is that even a question?" Delilah replied. "Unless you're suggesting we skip dessert, in which case I'll have to question everything I thought I knew about you." "1 tiramisu," Eli said to Rosa. 2 forks. The casual assumption that they would share dessert without discussion sent another flutter through Delilah's stomach. When the tiramisu arrived, beautifully presented with a dusting of cocoa powder and a mint leaf, Eli pushed it toward her. "You first," he said. She took a bite, the rich flavors of espresso, mascarpone and ladyfingers melting on her tongue. Without thinking, she closed her eyes in appreciation. When she opened them, Eli was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read, something softer than his usual controlled demeanor. "Not bad," she said, deliberately understating how good it was, "but I could make it better." "I don't doubt it," he replied, with such genuine sincerity that her usual quips died on her lips. The air between them felt charged as they traded the fork back and forth, neither speaking much, both acutely aware of the other. Delilah was just about to break the comfortable silence when a booming voice interrupted the moment. "Carter. Wu. Is this your engagement dinner already?" Felix Martinez stood beside their table, looking between them with exaggerated surprise. "Wait until the grandmothers hear you're moving this quickly. Po May will be ordering wedding cakes by tomorrow." Delilah felt Eli tense beside her, his shoulders stiffening as he prepared for what would undoubtedly be an awkward denial. In that split second, a mischievous impulse took over. She placed her hand dramatically over Eli's on the table, feeling his momentary surprise. "We were hoping to keep it quiet until after the grandmother games," she said with a theatrical sigh. "But since you've caught us..." She expected Eli to pull away, embarrassed or annoyed. Instead, he surprised her by turning his hand over and interlacing his fingers with hers. His palm was warm against hers, his grip firm but gentle. "We didn't want anyone thinking the competition was rigged in our favor," he added, with such convincing sincerity that Delilah momentarily forgot they were pretending. Felix looked between them, clearly confused by this unexpected development. "So you two are actually..." "Felix," Eli said smoothly, his thumb brushing across Delilah's knuckles in a way that made it difficult to concentrate, "don't you have somewhere else to be? A gym to organize? Whistles to polish? Well, congratulations, I guess?" Felix backed away from their table, looking thoroughly bewildered. "See you at the next challenge." After he left, Delilah expected Eli to drop the charade and her hand immediately. Yet their fingers remained intertwined across the table while they finished their wine, neither acknowledging the continued contact. It felt both strange and oddly right, like they'd skipped several steps in whatever dance they'd been doing around each other. "Ready to go?" Eli finally asked, his voice lower than usual. As they prepared to leave, Delilah noticed something in her peripheral vision. In the far corner of the restaurant sat two suspiciously familiar figures wearing large sunglasses and colorful headscarves, despite being indoors at night. "9 o'clock, she murmured to Eli. "Is that who I think it is?" Eli followed her gaze and sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "They've been there since we ordered appetizers. I didn't want to spoil the evening by mentioning it." Po May and Gigi sat huddled together, menus held strategically in front of their faces, but clearly watching every move Eli and Delilah made. When they realized they'd been spotted, Po May had the audacity to wink at them. What unsettled Delilah wasn't the grandmother's presence. That was almost expected at this point. What troubled her was the realization that somewhere between the garlic knots and the tiramisu, she'd stopped thinking of this as a fake date altogether. And from the way Eli's hand still held hers, gentle but firm, she wondered if he had to.
Chapter 7: Storm Warning Feelings Ahead. Eli had never considered himself a superstitious man, but stepping out of Rosetta's with Delilah beside him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the evening had been too perfect. The warmth of food and conversation still lingered between them, as they paused on the restaurant's front step. "I had a good time," he admitted, hands shoved deep in his pockets to stop himself from doing something stupid like reaching for hers. Despite Felix's interruption. Delilah grinned, that crooked smile that did weird things to his chest. "Does this mean you don't hate me anymore?" "I never..." Eli started, then caught himself. "You're still annoying." "And you're still a control freak," she countered cheerfully. A fat raindrop splashed between them, followed immediately by another. Eli glanced up at clouds he hadn't noticed gathering in the dark sky above Maplewood. "That's weird." The forecast didn't. The heavens opened. What had been a few warning drops transformed into a wall of water in seconds, sending pedestrians scattering for cover. His apartment was at least 10 blocks away, but Sweet Haven was just around the corner. "Come on." Eli grabbed Delilah's hand without thinking, tugging her toward the bakery as rain pummeled them. They raced down Main Street, dodging puddles that formed almost instantly on the cobblestones. Delilah laughed as they ran, the sound bright against the drumming of the rain, and he found himself laughing too, even as water soaked through his button-down and plastered his hair to his forehead. By the time they skidded to a halt under Sweet Haven's narrow green awning, they were both drenched. Eli fumbled with his keys, fingers slippery with rain. Delilah pressed against his side, seeking what little shelter the awning provided, and he became acutely aware of her shoulder against his arm, the scent of her perfume still detectable beneath the clean smell of rain. "Hurry up, Carter, before I drown standing up," she teased, but her voice lacked its usual sharpness. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating her face. Raindrops clung to her eyelashes and dotted her hair like tiny stars under the glow of the streetlight. Eli's fingers fumbled on the lock, suddenly clumsy for reasons that had nothing to do with the rain. "You know, for someone who practically lives here, you'd think you could open a door faster," she said, teeth chattering slightly. "I'm trying, but you're very distracting," he almost said. "Impatient." The lock finally gave way, and they tumbled inside, the door slamming behind them with a final gust of wind. They stood dripping on the polished concrete floor, breathing hard from the sprint. "Well," Delilah said, wringing water from the hem of her dress. "That was dramatic." Eli flipped on the light switches, but only activated a few, leaving the bakery in a soft, diffused glow. The familiar space looked different at night, more intimate without the bustle of customers and staff. The display cases stood empty except for a few leftover pastries, and the chairs were neatly stacked on tables. Outside, rain lashed against the windows in sheets, occasional lightning casting brief, eerie shadows across the walls. "Wait here," Eli said. "I'll get some towels from the back." In the storage room, he pulled off his soaked shirt and changed into the clean t-shirt he kept in his locker for early mornings. He grabbed the bakery's fluffiest hand towels, the ones Josie insisted on ordering despite their impracticality, and headed back out. Delilah had moved to perch on the main counter, legs dangling, water still dripping from her dress onto the floor in a growing puddle. She'd let her hair down, and it fell around her shoulders in damp waves. Something twisted in Eli's chest at the sight of her in his space like this, makeup slightly smudged, somehow looking more real than she ever had before. "Here," he said, tossing her a towel. "Sorry they're not bigger." "Thanks." She immediately wrapped one around her hair, turban style. "Nice shirt?" "Very professional." Eli glanced down at his faded Maplewood high t-shirt. "It's clean. That's all that matters. Never pegged you for a Maplewood Mustangs fan." "I went to high school here, remember?" He leaned against the opposite counter, trying not to notice how her wet dress clung to her curves. Thunder rumbled, making the windows rattle. The rain showed no sign of letting up, drumming an insistent rhythm that filled the silence between them. Despite the chill of his damp jeans, the bakery held the lingering warmth of the day's baking, the ovens having been off for only a few hours. The air smelled of sugar, vanilla, and the earthy perfume of rain blowing in through the vents. "Might as well make the best of it," Delilah said, nodding toward the display case with yesterday's pastries. "Unless you're one of those bakers who doesn't eat his own creations." "That would be ridiculous," Eli said, though he hesitated before reaching for the case. "They're day-olds, though." "A day-old pastry from Sweet Haven is still better than most fresh ones elsewhere," she said with surprising sincerity. He pulled out 2 chocolate croissants and a few macarons, handing her one of the croissants. After another moment of hesitation, he hoisted himself up onto the counter beside her, breaking his own strict rule about sitting on food preparation surfaces. "Don't tell Josie," he said, taking a bite of his croissant. "Your secret's safe with me." Delilah smiled, nudging his shoulder with hers. "Though I'm saving this information for future blackmail purposes." They sat in companionable silence, eating pastries as lightning occasionally illuminated the bakery in bright flashes, followed by the rumble of thunder that seemed to move through the floor beneath them. Each time their shoulders brushed, Eli felt an answering rumble in his chest, as if he had internal weather matching the storm outside. "Can I ask you something?" Delilah said suddenly, breaking the quiet. "That sounds ominous." "Why baking?" she asked, brushing croissant flakes from her lap. "You don't seem like the typical baker type." "What's the typical baker type?" "I don't know. Jolly? Plump? Prone to bursting into spontaneous song while kneading dough?" Eli snorted. "Sorry to disappoint." "I'm not disappointed," she said, her voice softer than usual. "Just curious." Eli stared out at the rain-lashed windows, considering his answer. I was 8, he finally said. My mom was working late, and I decided I was going to surprise her with a birthday cake. Let me guess, child prodigy creates masterpiece on first try? More like disaster child creates fire hazard. He smiled at the memory. I mixed up baking soda and baking powder, forgot the eggs entirely, and set the oven way too high. The smoke detector went off, the neighbors called the fire department. He shook his head. It was a mess. Delilah laughed. So that made you want to be a baker? Most kids would be traumatized. I guess I just wanted to get it right. He shrugged, surprising himself with his honesty. After that, my grandmother, my dad's mom, not Po May, taught me properly. She had this incredible way with pastry. Called it loving the dough. Said you had to listen to it, feel what it needed. She sounds amazing. She was. Eli swallowed, realizing he'd said more than he intended. That's actually why the bakery is called Sweet Haven. It was her nickname for her kitchen. Come to my Sweet Haven, she'd say. Delilah's eyes widened, and Eli felt suddenly exposed. He rarely told anyone about the bakery's name. I love that, she said, her voice genuine. It feels right. This place does feel like a haven. Lightning flashed again, illuminating her face in a burst of silver blue light catching in her eyes. For a moment she looked almost ethereal. What about you? Eli asked, eager to shift the focus. Why did you move to Maplewood? It's not exactly a destination for ambitious pastry chefs. Delilah took another bite of croissant, chewing thoughtfully before answering. I've never stayed anywhere longer than 2 years, to be honest. San Francisco, Chicago, Portland. I like new challenges, new scenes. So Maplewood is just another stopover? It was supposed to be, she admitted, picking at her croissant. A temporary thing before the next adventure. Small-town charm for a change of pace, you know. And now? Eli found himself holding his breath, waiting for her answer. She didn't respond immediately. Outside, the rain intensified, pounding against the roof like thousands of impatient fingers. The silence between them felt weighted with something Eli couldn't name. A particularly bright flash of lightning was followed almost instantly by a thunderclap that seemed to shake the entire building. Eli jumped down from the counter. I should check the back door. Sometimes it leaks during heavy storms. He made his way through the darkened kitchen to the rear exit. The door itself looked fine, but when he tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. He pushed harder, then realized the problem. Great, he muttered, giving it one more shove before returning to Delilah. We've got a situation, he announced. The back door's jammed. Probably swollen from all the rain. Delilah raised an eyebrow. So we're locked in. Until morning, at least. Eli ran a hand through his still damp hair. Unless you want to go back out in the monsoon. A slow smile spread across her face. Trapped in a bakery all night. What a hardship. Something in her tone made his pulse quicken. The realization that they were truly alone, no customers, no staff, no escape, shifted the atmosphere, as if they'd stepped into a pocket outside normal time. The couch in the break room isn't terrible, Eli offered. Better than trying to sleep on these counters. They moved to the small room at the back of the bakery, where staff took their breaks. The couch was old but comfortable, covered in a faded blue fabric that had seen better days. Delilah immediately curled up on one end, tucking her feet beneath her. You know, she said as Eli settled on the opposite end, I've been meaning to ask. How have you managed to dodge Po May and Gigi's matchmaking for so long? Before me, I mean. Eli groaned. Sheer determination and a willingness to hide in storage closets. That bad? Worse. There was a parade of perfect women, he said, making air quotes. Each one supposedly ideal, compatible hobbies, similar backgrounds, stable careers. The horror, Delilah teased. You laugh, but they were relentless. Setting up accidental meetings, inviting these women to family dinners without warning me. He shook his head. I'm just tired of being matched, you know. Like I'm a recipe that needs the right ingredients. The humor faded from Delilah's face, replaced by something gentler. Maybe you're more of an experiment than a recipe, she suggested softly. What do you mean? Recipes are rigid, predictable. Experiments are unpredictable. Exciting. Her eyes held his. Sometimes beautiful. The room felt suddenly smaller. Eli became intensely aware of how close they were sitting, their knees nearly touching. The only sound was the steady drum of rain and the occasional distant rumble of thunder. In the dim light, he noticed a small smudge of chocolate at the corner of Delilah's mouth. Without thinking, he reached out, his thumb brushing the edge of her lips. Her breath caught audibly, and his hand lingered longer than it should. The entire bakery seemed to shrink around them, until there was nothing but this moment, this almost touch. Eli leaned forward, close enough to feel her breath against his face. Her eyes fluttered closed in anticipation. And then fear gripped him, not of kissing her but of what would come after. Of what it would mean to cross this line. With startling clarity, he realized that kissing Delilah Wu wouldn't be like kissing anyone else. It would change things irrevocably between them. And when she inevitably left Maplewood for her next adventure, where would that leave him? He pulled back abruptly. "I should get some water," he said, the words tumbling out awkwardly. "Do you want some?" "Water, I mean." Hurt flashed across Delilah's face before she masked it with a forced laugh, inching away from him on the couch. "We should probably try to get some sleep," she said brightly, though her voice lacked its usual confidence. She pulled her legs up onto the couch, creating more distance between them. "Yeah," Eli agreed, hating himself for his cowardice but convinced it was better this way. "Good idea." They settled on opposite ends of the small couch, Delilah curling into herself while Eli stretched out as much as possible without invading her space. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the rain and the soft sound of her breathing, wondering how he was going to face both her and himself in the morning light. Outside, the storm raged on, matching the turmoil in his chest.
Chapter 8: 5 Alarm Feelings. Delilah stared at the empty community center kitchen, the overhead lights humming with an intensity that matched her sleep-deprived brain. After checking her watch for the third time in 5 minutes, she begrudgingly admitted she was ridiculously early. 6:45 in the morning was an ungodly hour to be anywhere, but especially in a place where she'd have to face Eli Carter and pretend last night never happened. Last night. The memory of almost kissing him in the bakery made her stomach flip in a way that was absolutely, definitely not butterflies. Just hunger. Or possibly mild food poisoning from the day-old pastries they'd shared while trapped. "Good morning, sunshine. You're bright and early." Delilah jumped at the cheerful voice, nearly knocking over a measuring cup. Bernard Calloway stood at the far end of the kitchen, arranging bowls with suspicious precision. The elderly man's eyes twinkled with mischief as he hummed what sounded like, "Can't Help Falling in Love." Subtle. "Just wanted to get a feel for the space," she lied, running her finger along the cool stainless steel counter. "Big day of whatever torture you all have planned." Bernard chuckled. "Torture? My dear, we're providing opportunities for growth. And entertainment. Mostly entertainment." He adjusted his bow tie and winked. "I bet you are," Delilah muttered, moving toward the ingredients table to occupy herself. The table was a wonderland of baking supplies: flour, sugar, eggs, various extracts, and fresh fruits arranged in perfect rows. She picked up a vanilla bean, twirling it between her fingers. "Sleep well?" Bernard asked, the innocence in his voice so manufactured it might as well have had a barcode. "Like a baby," she said brightly. A colicky, anxiety-ridden baby who spent all night staring at the ceiling, replaying every second of almost but not quite kissing Eli Carter. The community center's side door creaked open, and Delilah's heart performed an Olympic-level gymnastics routine in her chest. She kept her eyes fixed on a carton of eggs, studying them as if they might reveal the secrets of the universe. Footsteps approached, measured, unhurried. She knew it was him before he cleared his throat. "Morning," Eli said, his voice carrying that particular gruffness that suggested he hadn't had enough coffee. Delilah looked up, aiming for casual indifference. "Hey." The careful distance they maintained between their bodies somehow felt more intimate than if they'd been touching. His hair was slightly damp at the temples, like he'd splashed water on his face before coming. A hint of stubble shadowed his jaw. Had he slept as poorly as she had? "You're early," he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. So are you. I'm always early. I'm occasionally early. Bernard snorted from across the room. The silence stretched between them, filled with everything they weren't saying. No mention of being locked in the bakery. No mention of sitting on the counter, eating leftover pastries. Definitely no mention of how Eli had looked at her lips and leaned in before pulling away so abruptly she'd nearly fallen over. "How's your bakery?" she asked, immediately wanting to kick herself for such a lame question. "Still standing," he replied with a half-smile that did absolutely nothing to her pulse rate. "Nothing at all." "Your cafe?" "Also vertical. Fully operational. Functional." She was babbling now. "Fantastic." The awkwardness might have continued indefinitely, if not for the double doors bursting open with such force they slammed against the walls. "Good morning, competitors." Maggie Sinclair's voice boomed through the room, with the enthusiasm of someone who had consumed their body weight in espresso. Her clipboard appeared to have multiplied overnight, as she now carried what looked like a small library of them. Behind her trailed Po May and Gigi, whispering conspiratorially. They looked like elegant crime bosses, arriving at the scene of a planned hit. "Today's going to be spectacular." Maggie beamed, clapping her hands as other contestants filed in. Felix strutted through the door with his partner, a woman Delilah recognized from the library. They were wearing matching sweatbands. Of course they were. "Everyone, please find your stations," Maggie directed, her pointer finger swishing through the air like a conductor's baton. "Each team has been randomly assigned a workstation." Po May let out a delicate cough that somehow sounded like not random at all. Delilah and Eli moved to the station marked with their names. It was positioned directly under the brightest lights and in full view of the judges' table. Perfect for maximum embarrassment potential. "Before we begin," Maggie announced, "let me introduce our distinguished judges." She gestured to Po May, Gigi, and Bernard, who had joined them at the front table. "And today's challenge is..." She paused dramatically, eyes wild with excitement. Bernard drummed his fingers on the table for a drumroll effect. "Recreate a recipe from memory." A collective groan rippled through the room. "That's right," Maggie continued, undeterred. "Each team must perfectly reproduce a classic dish without written instructions. No recipes, no Googling, no whispering to your grandma for help." She shot a pointed look at a teenage contestant who was already reaching for his phone. Delilah frowned. Memory-based baking was not her forte. Her approach to recipes was more interpretive, creative, occasionally chaotic. And now Bernard will assign each team their specific dish. Bernard stood, unfolding a list with theatrical slowness. Team 1, chocolate soufflé. Team 2, lemon meringue pie. Team 3, creme brulee. Delilah held her breath. Team 4, Bernard paused, his eyes finding Delilah and Eli with undisguised glee, raspberry soufflé. From the judges' table, Gigi slipped something that looked suspiciously like a $20 bill to Po May, who tucked it discreetly into her sleeve. "Did they just..." Delilah started. "Bet on us?" "Absolutely," Eli muttered. "The timer starts now." Maggie hit a comically large button, and a digital countdown began on the wall. 3 hours to create perfect soufflés without a recipe. The kitchen erupted into controlled chaos. The symphony of competition filled the air, whisks clanging against metal bowls, the hiss of mixers, nervous muttering, and the occasional curse. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, every movement felt exaggerated, every mistake magnified. "Okay," Eli said, rolling up his sleeves. "Raspberry soufflé. We can do this." Delilah nodded, trying to project confidence she didn't feel. "Totally. I've made soufflés dozens of times." "Really?" "Well, I've eaten dozens of soufflés," she amended. "Same difference." Eli's lips twitched. "Not even remotely the same. Let's divide and conquer. I'll handle the base, you work on the raspberry reduction." And just like that, they were working. Or rather, Eli was working with methodical precision, while Delilah stood frozen, staring at the pile of fresh raspberries. Her mind had gone spectacularly blank. Was it 2 cups of raspberries? 3? Did you add sugar first or later? 6 ounces of raspberries, Eli murmured without looking up from his own task. 1/4 cup of sugar, splash of lemon juice. Delilah blinked. How did you? You looked like you were having an existential crisis over fruit. He shrugged, effortlessly separating egg whites without breaking a single yolk. From the next station over, Felix's voice carried. Some people need recipes because they don't have the experience to bake properly. Heat crept up Delilah's neck that had nothing to do with the ovens. She grabbed the raspberries and dumped them into a saucepan, adding sugar with more force than necessary. She'd face down worse than Felix Martinez and his stupid matching sweatbands. Turning the burner on high, because faster cooking meant faster results obviously, she stirred aggressively. You might want to lower that heat, Eli suggested, whisking his mixture with infuriating composure. It's fine, she replied, the competitive edge in her voice sharper than intended. Raspberry reduction burns easily. I said it's fine. It was not fine. The mixture bubbled violently, the sweet smell of raspberries quickly turning acrid. And then, with a whoosh that seemed to happen in slow motion, flames leapt from the pan toward the ceiling. Fire, someone yelled unnecessarily. Before Delilah could react, Eli was behind her, his chest pressed against her back as he reached around to grab a lid from the counter. In one fluid motion, he covered the flaming pot, cutting off the oxygen supply. The fire died, but Eli didn't move away immediately. For 3 distinct heartbeats, she felt him everywhere, the solid warmth of his chest against her shoulder blades, the brush of his forearm against hers, his breath stirring the hair near her temple. Time seemed suspended in the aftermath of chaos. Need a fire extinguisher for that chemistry? Felix called out, shattering the moment. Titters and nervous laughter rippled through the room as Eli and Delilah sprang apart. She glanced at him, noticing a flush creeping up his neck that definitely wasn't from the heat of the now extinguished flames. Thanks, she managed, surveying the disaster zone that was their workstation. Raspberry splatter decorated the countertop like a crime scene, and somehow they were both covered in flour despite not having used it yet. No problem, Eli replied, his voice oddly tight. With the fire crisis averted, they turned back to their ruined soufflé attempt. An hour had already passed on the giant timer. The acrid smell of burnt sugar and raspberries hung in the air like a culinary ghost. We still have time, Eli said. Let's start over. They worked in tense silence, trying to salvage what they could. Every accidental touch felt electric, fingers brushing when reaching for the same whisk, shoulders bumping as they navigated the small workspace. Delilah caught Eli watching her from the corner of his eye when he thought she wasn't looking. His expression was unreadable, somewhere between exasperation and something else entirely. 15 minutes remaining. Maggie announced, her voice pitched with the excitement of a game show host. Their soufflé was a disaster. Despite Eli's best efforts, it had risen lopsidedly, one side collapsing in on itself like a failed architectural experiment. The color was wrong too, more muddy purple than elegant raspberry red. We could say it's avant-garde? Delilah suggested weakly. I don't think the judges will buy intentionally ugly as an artistic choice, Eli replied, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Time's up. Maggie's voice boomed through the kitchen, followed by the blaring of an air horn that was completely unnecessary and made everyone jump. The judges made their way around the room, tasting and evaluating each creation. Felix's team had produced a perfect chocolate soufflé that even Bernard had to admit was adequate, which from him was practically a standing ovation. When they reached Delilah and Eli's station, Bernard peered at their creation with raised eyebrows. This is interesting, he said, poking it gently with a fork. The soufflé sighed dramatically and deflated further. It's a deconstructed interpretation, Delilah began, the words flowing before she could stop them. We wanted to challenge the very notion of what a soufflé should be. Why must it rise? Why must it be symmetrical? Aren't we all a little lopsided in our own way? This soufflé represents the human condition. Why do you always do that? Eli interrupted. Delilah turned to him, startled. Do what? That. His eyes held hers with unexpected intensity. Make up elaborate stories instead of just admitting when something goes wrong. The judges had already moved on to the next station, distracted by another team's creation, but Delilah felt pinned in place by Eli's gaze. He lowered his voice so only she could hear. You pretend you don't care when things go wrong. You pretend you don't care when things go right. Do you ever just, he paused, something vulnerable flashing across his face, admit what you actually want? The question hit Delilah like a physical blow. She knew with absolute certainty that he wasn't talking about the souffle anymore. He was talking about last night, about the almost kiss, about whatever was happening between them that they both kept pretending wasn't happening. Her mouth opened but no words came out. What did she want? The safe answer was to win this ridiculous competition. The real answer was complicated. Before she could formulate a response, Po May's voice cut through her thoughts. Attention, everyone! The judges have made their decisions. Gigi stood, elegant as always, in a lavender pantsuit. While technique and execution are important, we're also evaluating teamwork and other factors. Like chemistry, Bernard added with a wink so obvious it was practically audible. The following teams will advance to tomorrow's challenge, Po May announced, unfolding a small piece of paper. She listed the first 3 teams, including Felix's. Then paused dramatically. And finally Team 4, Delilah and Eli. What? Felix's outraged voice carried across the room. Their souffle literally caught fire. And the final product looked like it was run over by a truck. We're judging on multiple criteria, Gigi replied smoothly. Their chemistry in crisis earned them significant performance points. That's not fair. Felix protested. I don't recall asking for your opinion, Mr. Martinez, Po May said with a smile that somehow managed to be both sweet and terrifying. As Felix continued to protest, Delilah glanced at Eli only to find him already watching her. His eyes still held that question, do you ever just admit what you actually want? And she realized he was waiting for an answer she wasn't ready to give. Not because she didn't know, but because admitting it would mean acknowledging that Eli Carter had somehow gone from her most irritating rival to the person who made her heart race for reasons that had nothing to do with competition. And that was a far scarier prospect than any flaming souffle.
Chapter 9: Picnic Problems. Eli squinted at his phone, rereading the ominous text from Maggie Sinclair for the 5th time that morning. Meet at Maplewood Park for a surprise bonding exercise, 2 p.m. sharp. Bring your competitive spirit. He shoved his phone into his pocket, muttering under his breath as he trudged through the park entrance. The crisp October air carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and distant bonfire smoke, exactly the kind of autumn afternoon that usually made Eli feel at peace with the world. Birds chirped lazily from half-bare branches, squirrels darted frantically between trees with acorns clutched in their mouths, and the golden light filtered through the remaining foliage in dappled patterns on the ground. It would have been perfect if not for the explosion of pink ahead of him. What in the fresh hell? Eli stopped dead in his tracks, his brain struggling to process the transformation before him. Heart-shaped balloons bobbed in the breeze, tied to every available surface. Fairy lights, pink and red naturally, were strung from tree to tree, creating a canopy of twinkling horror above the central clearing. In the middle of it all sat a long judge's table with Bernard, Po May and Gigi perched like royalty, clipboards at the ready beneath a banner that made Eli's stomach plummet. Grandmother Games Romantic Picnic Challenge. This wasn't a park. It was a Valentine's Day fever dream. In October. Eli. You're 3 minutes late. Maggie Sinclair materialized beside him, clipboard hugged to her chest, a heart-shaped pin flashing on her lapel. We can't start the love connection without both halves of the couple. We're not a couple, Eli corrected automatically. Maggie waved this inconvenient fact away. Details. Now we've set up cooking stations over there and picnic spaces over here and, oh, you need your challenge packet. She thrust a folder at him, garishly decorated with glitter hearts. Eli flipped it open, scanning the contents with growing dread. A romantic picnic experience? Couple chemistry demonstrations? Maggie, this is insane. It's the perfect way to determine which team has the strongest bond. Maggie's eyes gleamed with a fervor that suggested she'd consumed at least 7 espressos that morning. Each team prepares a meal together, then creates a romantic picnic setting that showcases their connection. The judges will score based on food quality, presentation, and most importantly, authentic romantic expression. Eli's protest died in his throat as he spotted Felix across the clearing, already unloading what appeared to be a wicker picnic basket filled with champagne flutes and what looked suspiciously like handcrafted chocolates. Felix caught his eye and raised one of the flutes in mocking salute. "You've got to be kidding me," Eli muttered. "No jokes here. Just love," Maggie chirped, then spun toward a new arrival. "Delilah! You're here. Perfect timing." Eli turned and his next breath caught somewhere between his lungs and his throat. Delilah stood at the park entrance, sunlight catching in her dark hair, wearing a flowery sundress that made her look inexplicably softer, more delicate. The dress swirled around her knees in the autumn breeze, its pattern a stark contrast to the thundercloud expression that darkened her face as she took in the heart-festooned nightmare around her. Her gaze swept the park until it locked with his. For a moment they shared a look of perfect synchronous horror, the first time they'd been completely aligned since this ridiculous competition began. Before Eli could make his way to her, Po May appeared at Delilah's side with the stealth of a tactical operative. "There you are, my dear. Come, come. We must prepare you for your romantic reunion." "My what?" Delilah's voice carried across the park, sharp with indignation. "It's part of the challenge." Gigi had materialized at Eli's elbow, linking her arm through his with surprising strength for a woman her age. "You must prepare independently, then come together to create romance." "That's not how romance works," Eli protested, but allowed himself to be pulled toward the cooking stations. "Oh?" Gigi patted his arm condescendingly. "And you are an expert, yes? The man who avoids Valentine's Day like it's a contagious disease?" "I don't avoid," Eli started, then stopped himself. "Look, this whole thing is ridiculous. It's October. There are squirrels preparing for hibernation 10 feet away. Romance isn't something you can manufacture for a competition." "With that attitude, certainly not," Gigi sniffed, depositing him at a portable cooking station equipped with a camp stove, mini refrigerator, and more cooking tools than seemed reasonable for an outdoor event. Across the clearing, Eli could see Po May gesturing animatedly to Delilah, who kept shaking her head with increasing vehemence. The sundress might have softened her appearance, but there was nothing soft about the way she folded her arms and glared at the decorations. 15 minutes of instruction and one unnecessarily detailed explanation of the scoring system later, Delilah finally joined him at their station. She slapped her copy of the challenge packet down next to his. "This is a nightmare," she said without preamble. "Yep." Eli found himself unexpectedly relieved by her bluntness. At least they were on the same page about that. Like, who even thinks of this stuff? Demonstrate authentic couple chemistry? What does that even mean? "It means Felix is going to win." Eli nodded toward their rival, who was meticulously arranging rose petals on his picnic blanket while his partner uncorked a bottle of sparkling cider with a practiced flourish. Delilah rolled her eyes. Of course Mr. Competitive would go all in on this. "So what's the plan?" Eli asked, scanning their supplies. "Simple sandwiches? Cheese plate? Something that won't require us to—" He squinted at the judging criteria, gazed lovingly into each other's eyes while sharing a sensual bite. "God, no," Delilah shuddered, then began pulling ingredients from the mini-fridge. "But we can't just do plain sandwiches either. We need to win this thing." "I thought you said it was a nightmare." "It is. But I'm not losing to Felix," she said with such vehemence that Eli found himself nodding in agreement. They settled on gourmet panini sandwiches, a fruit plate, and cookies that Delilah pulled from her bag with a slightly embarrassed shrug. "I stress-baked at 3 a.m., she admitted. "Couldn't sleep?" "You baked cookies for our fake romantic picnic?" Eli raised an eyebrow. "I baked cookies because I couldn't sleep," she corrected, a flush creeping up her neck. "Bringing them here was just practical." Eli started to reply, but the words dissolved when Delilah reached for the butter at the same moment he did, their fingers brushing. He pulled back as if burned, knocking over a container of herbs in the process. "Sorry," he muttered, bending to clean up the mess. "It's fine," she said too quickly. From his peripheral vision, Eli noticed Bernard Calloway watching them with undisguised amusement. The elderly judge leaned over to whisper something to Po May, who cackled in response. Money changed hands between them, a bet being settled no doubt at his and Delilah's expense. "They're betting on us," he said under his breath. Delilah followed his gaze. "Of course they are. Probably guessing how long before one of us dumps a pot of something over the other's head." 2 hours tops, Eli deadpanned, which startled a genuine laugh from Delilah. They worked in silence for a few minutes, Eli methodically slicing bread while Delilah chopped vegetables with alarming speed. The rhythm almost felt comfortable, until she suddenly stopped and frowned at the butter. "This is too boring," she declared. "Boring is fine for a picnic," Eli countered. "It's supposed to be simple." "Simple doesn't mean flavorless. We need to elevate this." She began pulling various herbs from their supplies. Herb butter. With a touch of garlic. And maybe some lemon zest? For a sandwich? Eli frowned. "That's unnecessary." "It's inspired," she corrected, already chopping herbs with renewed purpose. "And it needs to be blowtorched." Eli nearly dropped the panini press. "It absolutely does not need to be blowtorched." "To bring out the flavors," Delilah insisted, reaching for the small culinary torch among their tools. "Trust me. The last time you said trust me, we ended up with a goat." "Eli Jr. was delightful and you know it," she sniffed, flicking on the torch with alarming confidence. The argument that followed, spanning topics from proper picnic fare to the technical definition of elevated, to whether lemon zest belonged anywhere near a ham sandwich, grew so heated that neither noticed the acrid smell until smoke began pouring from the panini press. "The sandwiches." Eli lunged for the press, flipping it open to reveal what could only be described as charcoal briquettes with melted cheese. "Shit." Delilah dropped her blowtorch. "How long were they in there?" "Longer than the known limits of bread combustibility," Eli groaned, using tongs to transfer the blackened remains to a plate. A shadow fell across their disastrous creation. "Burning the food already?" Felix's voice dripped with mock sympathy. "You know," he stage whispered to his partner, loud enough for everyone within 20 feet to hear, "chemistry can't really be faked. Some people just don't have that special connection." Before Eli could respond, a glob of herb butter went sailing past his shoulder, landing with a satisfying splat on Felix's pristine shirt. He turned to find Delilah blinking innocently. "Oops," she said. "My hand slipped." Felix's face contorted with outrage, but his partner tugged him away before he could retaliate. Eli bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling. "That was an accident?" he asked. "Completely," Delilah nodded solemnly, the corner of her mouth twitching. "Butter is very slippery." Against all odds, they managed to salvage lunch. New sandwiches were hastily assembled and carefully monitored, the herb butter was incorporated without blowtorching, and Delilah's stress cookies provided a saving grace for dessert. They transported everything to their assigned picnic spot, a checkered blanket beneath an old maple tree whose remaining leaves glowed amber in the afternoon light. "It's not terrible," Eli admitted as they surveyed their spread. Slightly less burned sandwiches, a fruit plate arranged with more attention to color than variety, and the platter of cookies that actually looked professional. "High praise," Delilah replied dryly, but she seemed pleased. The moment of camaraderie shattered when an unusually fat squirrel darted from a nearby bush, made a beeline for their blanket, and seized the entire pile of strawberries before either could react. "Hey!" Eli lunged after the bushy-tailed thief, nearly face-planting into the grass as the creature scampered up the maple with its prize. "Get back here, you little!" Delilah's laughter stopped him mid-curse. Not her usual controlled chuckle, but a full-bodied laugh that crinkled the corners of her eyes and made her clutch her stomach. The sound was so unexpected, so genuine, that Eli found himself staring. "Your face," she wheezed, wiping at her eyes. "You look so personally betrayed." "That was our entire strawberry selection," he protested, but couldn't stop his own smile. "That squirrel is probably a spy for Felix." Delilah snorted, setting off another round of laughter that somehow made the absurdity of their situation more bearable. For a moment they weren't competitors forced into an awkward partnership, they were just two people sharing a ridiculous experience. The moment faded all too quickly as judging began. From their spot beneath the maple, they They watched Felix and his partner perform a romantic picnic scene so perfectly curated it might have been directed by Nora Ephron herself. There was chocolate-dipped fruit. There was hand-feeding. There was a Bluetooth speaker playing what sounded suspiciously like "My Heart Will Go On." "I think I'm going to be sick," Eli muttered. "If they start quoting Shakespeare, I'm leaving," Delilah agreed. Popo, May, and Gigi sighed in unison, as Felix recited what appeared to be a poem about his partner's eyes, complete with dramatic hand gestures. Bernard scribbled notes with an inscrutable expression, occasionally glancing toward their blanket with raised eyebrows. When the judges finally made their way to their picnic, Eli and Delilah sat rigidly on opposite sides of the blanket, a good 2 feet of space between them. Gigi looked pointedly at the gap. "Are you having lovers' quarrel?" she asked, tapping her clipboard with disapproval. "We're not lovers," Eli said automatically. "So no quarrel then? Just naturally this cold?" Bernard's eyes twinkled with mischief. "We have a perfectly nice picnic," Delilah gestured to their spread. "The food is good. We didn't even burn the second batch of sandwiches. What more do you need?" Popo May clicked her tongue. "Romance requires proximity, dear. How can you demonstrate chemistry from opposite sides of a blanket?" As if on cue, a gust of October wind swept through the park, catching their paper napkins and sending them flying. Eli watched in disbelief as one sailed directly into Felix's face at the neighboring picnic, sticking to his nose for a solid 3 seconds before he batted it away with a startled yelp. Delilah made a strangled sound beside him, and when he glanced over, her lips were pressed together in a desperate attempt to contain her laughter. Their eyes met, and something passed between them, mutual recognition of the absurdity, a shared moment of rebellious amusement, and suddenly they were both struggling to suppress snickers. Bernard's eyebrows shot up. "Interesting," he murmured, scribbling something that looked suspiciously like actual chemistry when not trying to fake it. After what felt like an eternity of judgment, the scores were tallied. Bernard took center stage with the dramatic flair of a game show host. "After careful consideration," he announced, "Team Felix and Sharon have earned 48 out of 50 possible points for romantic chemistry." Felix pumped his fist while his partner clapped demurely. "And Team Eli and Delilah have earned." Bernard paused for effect, 17 points. Eli winced. It wasn't unexpected, but still. "This places them in serious danger of elimination," Bernard continued, his tone suggesting he was enjoying this far too much. "Unless they can redeem themselves in tomorrow's challenge." As Eli began packing up their failed picnic, he overheard Popo May's not-so-subtle whisper to Gigi, "Perhaps they need stronger encouragement." The two grandmothers exchanged looks that sent a chill down his spine, the kind of look that preceded their most elaborate schemes. Whatever they were plotting, it went beyond normal meddling. His suspicion was confirmed when Maggie bounced to the center of the clearing and announced, "Tomorrow's challenge will require overnight preparation at an undisclosed location. All teams should pack overnight bags and prepare for an immersive romantic experience." That was it. Eli had reached his limit. "No," he said, loud enough that heads turned. He marched toward Maggie, ignoring the curious stares. "I'm not doing this. I didn't sign up to perform romance for points. This whole thing it's manipulative and ridiculous, and I'm done pretending." Maggie's smile faltered. "But Eli, the non-refundable entry fee." "Keep it," he snapped. "It's not worth this farce." He turned, expecting to find Delilah right behind him, backing him up with her usual sharp commentary. Instead, she was still kneeling by their picnic blanket, methodically collecting cookie crumbs, her expression unreadable. No, not unreadable, hurt. Soft around the edges in a way that made his chest tighten uncomfortably. Before he could process why she looked at him that way, Bernie clapped his hands with theatrical enthusiasm. "Well, that settles it," the elderly judge declared, a dangerous gleam in his eye. "You two clearly need our special intervention package." "Your what?" Eli asked, alarm bells ringing in his head. Bernie ignored him, already huddling with Popo May and Gigi, their heads close together as they whispered urgently. Occasionally one would glance in their direction and nod with worrying certainty. Across the park, Felix caught Eli's eye and smirked triumphantly, as if his outburst had somehow played directly into their rival's hands. When Eli looked back at Delilah, she was still focused on cleaning up, refusing to meet his gaze. Something had shifted between them, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what, only that his protest, meant to free them both from this charade, had somehow made things infinitely worse.
Chapter 10 Dance First, Think Later. Delilah slowed her steps as the community center came into view, her usual confident stride faltering. Whatever Po May and Gigi had planned for today, it couldn't possibly be worse than yesterday's disaster of a picnic challenge. The memory of the judges' disappointed faces, and that pointed comment about their lack of chemistry, still made her stomach clench. Not that she cared about winning some ridiculous grandmother-orchestrated competition, but losing to Felix's over-the-top romantic display was just embarrassing. And then there was Eli's stubborn refusal to perform romance just to win, as if the mere suggestion of pretending to like her was offensive. She wasn't exactly thrilled about faking feelings either, but his adamant rejection still stung more than it should have. With a deep breath, she pushed through the double doors and stopped dead in her tracks. The community center had undergone yet another transformation. The fluorescent overhead lights were dimmed, replaced by soft amber wall sconces that cast the entire room in a warm golden glow. Someone had pushed all the folding chairs to the edges, leaving the gleaming hardwood floor open and inviting. In the corner stood an honest-to-goodness gramophone, its brass horn catching the light like something out of a movie. But the most terrifying sight was Po May and Gigi, standing side by side near the judges' table, wearing identical cat-got-the-cream smiles. Despite neither woman being related to her or Eli, they had both taken a disturbingly intense interest in their partnership. "There she is," Po May said, clapping her hands together. "Our little sugar plum has arrived." Delilah grimaced. "Not your sugar plum, Po May? Still not actually related to you, remember?" "Details," the older woman waved dismissively. "You're here now, that's what matters." Bernard Calloway stepped forward, clipboard in hand and a twinkle in his eye that spelled trouble. For a supposedly neutral judge, the elderly man took far too much pleasure in their suffering. "Ah, Ms. Wu," he said, his voice carrying through the hall as other contestants milled about. "Excellent timing. I was just about to announce today's challenge." Delilah glanced around, relief washing through her when she didn't spot Eli. Maybe he'd had the sense to bail out entirely. "As we approach the crucial final points tally," Bernard continued, checking his notes with exaggerated formality, "each remaining team must participate in a traditional trust-building exercise." "Trust-building?" Delilah echoed, eyes narrowing. "That sounds suspiciously like." "This particular challenge," Bernard interrupted smoothly, "has been specially selected by the eldest members of the Grandmothers Committee." Po May stepped forward with theatrical gravity, smoothing down her embroidered silk jacket. "Today's challenge," she announced, pausing for dramatic effect, "is ballroom dancing." Delilah's horror must have shown on her face, because Gigi immediately patted her arm. "Don't worry, ma chérie. It is very simple. Very intimate." "I'm excellent at dancing," Felix announced from across the room, executing an elaborate bow that made Delilah want to trip him. His partner, a sweet kindergarten teacher named Abby, who deserved better, blushed furiously. "I'm sure you are, Felix," Delilah muttered. "Probably practice alone in front of your mirror every night." A ripple of motion near the door caught her attention. Eli had arrived, and Delilah's breath hitched embarrassingly in her throat. He looked different. Gone were the flour-dusted t-shirt and jeans she was used to seeing. Instead, he wore dark jeans and a charcoal button-down shirt that made his shoulders seem broader than she remembered. His hair was slightly damp, like he'd just showered, and he'd actually put effort into styling it. When their eyes met across the room, something electric passed between them. Delilah quickly looked away, busying herself with adjusting a non-existent wrinkle in her skirt. She was still hurt by his vehement rejection of anything romantic between them yesterday, even if it was just for show. Not that she wanted anything real. Obviously. "All right, everyone gather round," Bernard called, moving toward the center of the floor. As Delilah reluctantly approached, she became acutely aware of the sensory details around her. The soft lighting cast everyone in a flattering golden glow. The wooden floor smelled faintly of lemon polish, and her boots made a satisfying solid sound against it with each step. Bernard fiddled with the gramophone, and there was a distinct crackle as he placed a vinyl record on it. And beneath it all, like an underlying current she couldn't ignore, was the nervous energy humming through her body every time Eli stepped closer. He smelled faintly of cedar, and something clean and citrusy. Aftershave, maybe? Since when did Eli Carter use anything fancier than basic soap? The waltz, Gigi was saying as she took Bernard's hand and demonstrated a basic box step, moving with surprising grace for someone her age, is about trust. One person leads, one follows, but both must be perfectly attuned to each other. Subtle, Delilah muttered under her breath. They couldn't be more obvious if they tried. Next to her, Eli made a small sound that might have been a chuckle. If they hired a skywriter to spell out "just kiss already," it would be less obvious. The unexpected joke caught her off guard, and she found herself smiling despite herself. When she glanced up, he was looking at her with a warmth that made her stomach do a ridiculous flip. "Pairs, please take your positions," Bernard called out, adjusting the volume on the gramophone. A lilting melody filled the room, old-fashioned but beautiful. Delilah hesitated. The space between her and Eli suddenly felt charged with something she couldn't name. He extended his hand, palm up, waiting. "Come on," he said, his voice low. "Let's get this over with." Right. Because dancing with her was something to endure, not enjoy. Delilah squared her shoulders and took his hand like it might burn her, placing her other hand stiffly on his shoulder while keeping maximum distance between their bodies. "This is clearly sabotage," she whispered fiercely as they attempted to move to the music. "I have 2 left feet." To her surprise, Eli moved with unexpected confidence, guiding her through the basic steps with ease. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, he counted quietly, his hand warm and steady at her waist. Delilah stumbled, stepping on his foot for the 3rd time in as many minutes. Her competitive nature flared. "Where did you learn to dance?" she demanded, annoyed that he was better at yet another thing. A hint of color touched his cheeks. "My grandmother, my actual biological grandmother, not our self-appointed fairy godmothers over there, she made me take lessons for my cousin's wedding last year." The brief glimpse into his personal life caught Delilah off guard. She sometimes forgot there was more to Eli Carter than just her bakery rival, that he had a family, a history, a life outside their competitive bubble. "Well, she wasted her money," Delilah said, but there was no real bite to her words. "I'm still stepping all over you." "That's because you're trying to lead," Eli pointed out, frustration edging his voice. "You can't lead and follow at the same time. Someone has to trust the other person." Delilah bristled. "I'm not trying to lead. I'm trying not to fall on my face." "Just," Eli pulled her a fraction closer, adjusting her arm position. "Just follow my movements. Stop fighting it." "I'm not fighting anything," she protested, even as she tried to direct their next turn. "Yes, you are," he said. "You're always fighting. Everything has to be a competition with you." "That's rich coming from Mr. My croissants won the county fair 3 years running." Eli's jaw tightened. "At least I admit when I care about something." The comment hit closer to home than Delilah wanted to admit. She opened her mouth to deliver a scathing retort when Felix and Abby glided past, executing a perfect turn that drew appreciative murmurs from the judges. Felix shot them a smug look over Abby's shoulder. Something hot and competitive flared in Delilah's chest. No way was she letting that smug gym teacher show her up. Without thinking, she stepped closer to Eli, properly taking his hand and shoulder position. "Fine," she said, her voice low but determined. "Make me look good, Baker boy." Surprise flickered across Eli's face, quickly replaced by something warmer. His hand slid to her waist, steady and sure. "I've got you," he said simply, and something in his tone made Delilah look up. Their eyes locked as he guided her into the first step, then another, and suddenly they were actually dancing. The floor seemed to open up beneath them as they moved together, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and the surprised pleasure on his face when she followed his lead perfectly made something flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with the exertion. "See," he murmured. "Not so hard when you stop trying to do everything yourself. Don't push it, Carter." But there was no heat in her words, and when he guided her into a gentle turn, she moved with him effortlessly. The music swelled around them, a romantic melody that seemed to seep into her bones. Eli's thumb absently brushed over her wrist where he held her hand, a small unconscious gesture that sent electricity up her arm. As they continued to waltz, the room seemed to fade around them. No competition, no audience, no grandmothers plotting their romantic futures. Just the rhythm they'd found together, the surprising ease of moving as one. From the corner of her eye, Delilah spotted Po May nudging Gigi, both women watching them with undisguised delight. She should have been annoyed. Instead, she found herself oddly grateful for this moment they'd engineered, however manipulative their methods. When Eli pulled her slightly closer after a turn, Delilah didn't resist. They were dancing properly now, their bodies aligned like they were made to fit together. His clean scent enveloped her, and she could feel the solid warmth of him against her palm, through the thin fabric of his shirt. "You're actually pretty good at this," he said, his voice low, meant only for her. "Don't sound so surprised," she replied, but her usual sharp tone was missing. Their faces were inches apart now. Time seemed to slow as Eli's eyes dropped briefly to her lips. The world narrowed to just this moment, just this almost inevitable closeness. A tremendous crash shattered the spell. Felix, attempting an overly ambitious spin, had collided with a table of refreshments. Punch splashed across the floor, cups bounced and rolled, and a plate of cookies went flying. Felix stood frozen in horror, bright red liquid dripping down his perfectly pressed shirt. In the chaos that followed, reality crashed back over Delilah like a bucket of cold water. What was she doing? She pulled away from Eli as if burned, the heat of his hand at her waist suddenly too much, too intimate. His eyes were still on her, questioning, something unreadable in their hazel depths. Her heart hammered against her ribs, the realization of what had almost happened, what she'd wanted to happen, making it difficult to breathe. I need some air," she mumbled, already backing away. "Sorry." She didn't wait for his response, practically running for the exit, ignoring Po May's knowing look that somehow managed to be just as effective as if the woman were actually her grandmother. The cool evening air hit her flushed face as she burst through the doors, gulping it down like she'd been underwater. Delilah braced her hands on her knees, trying to steady her breathing. What was wrong with her? This was Eli Carter, stuffy, too serious, by-the-book Eli who thought her experimental desserts were unnecessarily complicated. The same Eli who had refused to even pretend to like her during yesterday's challenge. Except that wasn't entirely fair, was it? The Eli who had just danced with her, who had looked at her like she was something precious and surprising when she finally trusted him to lead, that wasn't the rival she thought she knew. That was someone else entirely. Someone who made her pulse race and her defenses crumble. With absolute certainty, Delilah realized she was in serious trouble. Because for a moment there she'd completely forgotten this was just a game. The competition, the points, the grandmother's meddling, none of it had mattered. All that had existed was Eli's hand in hers, his eyes locked on her face, and the undeniable pull between them. Worse yet, she was fairly certain Eli's expression as she fled wasn't disappointment about losing dance points, but something far more personal. Something that made her both terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. She was still standing there, heart racing, when the community center door opened behind her. Delilah tensed, not ready to face him yet, not until she had her emotions under control, her walls firmly back in place.
Chapter 11, Midnight Dough Confessions. Eli trudged down Maplewood's main street, his body aching in places he didn't know could ache. The three-legged pie race had been exactly the disaster he'd predicted. Competitors tied to their partners at the ankle while balancing cream pies on flimsy paper plates. An exercise in humiliation, designed by grandmothers with too much time on their hands and not enough reality television. He wiped absently at a glob of whipped cream still stuck to his elbow. Somehow, despite Po May's insistence that the challenge would strengthen their bond and balance, he and Delilah had ended up in a tangled heap at the finish line, 3 pies sacrificed to the pavement and whipped cream in places he'd rather not think about. Felix and his partner had sailed past them, Felix's irritating wink burning into Eli's retinas as they crossed the finish line first. Should have gone straight home, he muttered to himself, brushing more dried cream off his jeans. Instead, his feet carried him in the opposite direction of his apartment. The rational part of his brain insisted he needed a hot shower and sleep. The increasingly loud, irrational part kept replaying the moment Delilah had looked up at him after they'd fallen. Whipped cream streaked across her cheek, laughing despite their spectacular failure. Before he knew it, he was standing outside Sugar and Spice. The cafe should have closed hours ago, but warm light still spilled from the windows onto the sidewalk. He peered inside, expecting to see Delilah wiping down counters or restocking display cases with her usual efficient energy. Instead, he spotted her sitting on the floor behind the counter, surrounded by what looked like a paper hurricane. Her normally perfect hair was falling from its bun, dark strands escaping around her face. She was staring down at something in her hands, shoulders slumped in a posture so unlike her usual confident stance that he almost didn't recognize her. Eli hesitated, hand hovering above the door handle. This was stupid. They weren't friends. They were reluctant partners forced together by meddling grandmothers. Competitors. Rivals. And yet, before he could talk himself out of it, he pushed the door open. The bell above it chimed softly in the quiet space. Delilah didn't look up immediately, which was strange enough on its own. Normally she had some quip ready the instant he crossed her threshold, some comment about him checking out the competition or missing her already. He crossed the cafe floor, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the lingering scent of cardamom and butter that hung in the air. The space looked different after hours, more intimate somehow, with the pendant lights casting a warm glow and long shadows across the polished wood tables. Behind the counter, refrigerator cases hummed gently, providing a low background soundtrack. His shadow fell across her, and finally she looked up, startled. "We're closed," she said automatically, then recognition dawned. Something shifted in her expression, not quite a wall going up but a hesitation, a regrouping. There was a smudge of what looked like sugar on her cheek, and a tired slump to her shoulders that he'd never seen before. Eli didn't overthink it. He simply slid down to sit beside her on the floor, careful to leave enough space between them. Papers crinkled beneath him as he settled against the counter. "Bad day?" he asked simply, no teasing in his voice. She looked surprised at his tone, as if expecting their usual banter. For a moment he thought she might snap back to her usual self and make some comment about how he was the last person she wanted to see. Instead she gestured to the mess surrounding them, dozens of recipe cards, some crumpled, others covered in crossed-out measurements and frustrated scribbles. "Everything tastes wrong," she admitted, and something in her voice told him she was talking about more than just pastries. Eli picked up one of the recipe cards closest to him, studying it without comment. Delilah's handwriting started neat and precise at the top, yuzu cardamom shortbread, before devolving into increasingly chaotic notes. Measurements were scratched out multiple times, with frustrated arrows and question marks surrounding alternative suggestions. It looked like the paper equivalent of someone second-guessing themselves into oblivion. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, just quiet. A piece of paper crinkled as Delilah shifted against her discarded recipes. "Josie's grandmother Po May says I'm too restless," she finally said, her voice so quiet he had to lean slightly closer to hear her. "That I'm always looking for the next flavor before appreciating the one in front of me." Eli raised an eyebrow. Is this the same Po May who somehow convinced the entire senior center that three-legged races with pie balancing was a reasonable activity for grown adults? He gestured to the whipped cream still clinging to his shirt. That earned him a small smile, which felt like a victory. "The very same." Delilah tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "She cornered me at the market last week. Said my problem is that I don't know how to be still." Eli snorted. "She told me last month that my problem is I'm too still. That I'm, what was it, a tree refusing to bend in the wind." "That sounds like her." Delilah gave a soft laugh, then looked down at the recipe in her hands. "Maybe she's right though. About me anyway. I've been trying to develop this new menu for weeks and nothing fits." Eli gestured to the papers. "Mind if I?" She hesitated for just a second, then handed him a stack. Their fingers brushed in the exchange, and neither pulled away as quickly as they might have a week ago. He leafed through the recipes: matcha raspberry tarts, black sesame shortbread, yuzu cream puffs, each one more inventive than the last. "These look incredible," he said honestly. "They look good on paper." She sighed. "But the execution keeps falling short. I can't get the balance right." Eli stood up in one fluid motion, then offered her his hand. "Let me help you taste test." Delilah looked at his hand for a moment, then up at his face as if checking for some trick or joke. Finding none, she placed her palm against his and allowed him to pull her up. "You're offering to help the competition?" she asked, one eyebrow arched as they made their way to the kitchen. "I'm offering to help you," he corrected, surprising himself with how much he meant it. The kitchen was spotless despite the recipe chaos out front, gleaming stainless steel and scrubbed countertops that reflected the soft overhead lights. A few experimental batches sat cooling on racks, misshapen cookies, tarts with cracked crusts, pastries that had clearly not lived up to their creator's vision. There was an unexpected domesticity in moving around the kitchen together at this hour. No competition, no audience watching with eager eyes, just two bakers in a quiet space. Delilah retrieved a small container from the refrigerator and opened it, revealing a pale yellow custard. "Yuzu with honey," she explained, taking a small spoon and dipping it into the mixture. She handed it to him, their fingers brushing again as he accepted it. Eli tasted it thoughtfully. The bright citrus hit first, followed by a gentle sweetness, but there was something missing, a depth that would take it from good to memorable. "It needs something to anchor it," he said finally. "The yuzu is beautiful, but it's floating without a foundation." Delilah looked at him with genuine curiosity. "Like what?" "Like?" He thought for a moment. A hint of vanilla bean might give it the depth it needs, without competing with the yuzu. Or even a touch of cinnamon, just enough to warm without overwhelming. She considered this, then pulled a notebook toward her and jotted down his suggestion. The simple act of her taking his advice seriously, not rejecting it out of hand, not making it into a competition, felt oddly intimate. As they worked through her recipes, their conversation flowed more easily than Eli would have thought possible. He suggested small tweaks, a different flour here, a pinch of salt there, and she built on his ideas, their natural creative rhythm finding a surprising harmony. "Why jasmine in the matcha cookie?" he asked, genuinely curious rather than critical. Delilah smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes. "It reminds me of my mother. She always had fresh jasmine in the house when I was growing up. Said it made any space feel like home." These small revelations, glimpses behind the confident facade she normally presented, made something shift in Eli's chest. "My parents wanted me to leave Maplewood," he found himself saying as they leaned against opposite counters, sharing a plate of experimental cookies. "They still don't understand why I stayed to open Sweet Haven. My dad calls every few months with job listings in the city." "You never wanted to leave?" she asked. Eli shook his head. "They think I'm settling. Like staying somewhere you love is somehow a failure. Like success only counts if it happens somewhere impressive." His words seemed to hit something in Delilah. She stopped stirring the mixture in front of her, staring into it as if it held answers to questions he hadn't asked. "I've never stayed anywhere longer than 2 years, she finally confessed. "Not since culinary school. Not since my sisters all got married and settled down. I just keep moving." Her voice caught slightly. Sugar and spice was supposed to be temporary. Another experiment before the next city. The admission settled between them, weighty and significant. Eli felt a sudden, sharp realization of how much he didn't want her to leave. The thought of Maplewood without Delilah's chaotic energy, without her challenging every one of his assumptions, without her infectious laugh echoing across the town square, it left an emptiness he wasn't prepared for. "What are you afraid will happen if you stay?" he asked gently. The question hung between them like a physical thing. Delilah didn't answer immediately, just continued mixing ingredients with methodical focus. Eli didn't push, just tasted her latest creation and offered genuine feedback on the texture. When she finally spoke, her voice was so quiet he had to lean in to hear it. "If I stay somewhere permanently, I have to admit I might fail there permanently too." She looked up at him, vulnerable in a way he'd never seen. "What if Maplewood decides it doesn't need another bakery? What if I'm not enough?" The question was barely a whisper, and Eli understood she was asking about more than just her business. Without overthinking, Eli reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his hand lingering for a moment against her cheek. The touch was gentle, tentative, as if offering comfort while asking permission. "Delilah, you're already part of Maplewood, whether you realize it or not," he said softly. "The twins ask about you every time I see them. Old Man Jenkins saved extra strawberries for you at the market." Even Josie's grandmother Po May, who has no actual relation to either of us, has somehow decided you're worth meddling with." He smiled slightly. "And that's her highest form of approval." Something shifted in her expression, surprise, hope, and something deeper he didn't dare name. As she leaned subtly into his touch, Eli realized with absolute certainty that he was falling for her, not just her chaos or her challenge, but her vulnerability, her fears, her entire complicated self. "The kids at the elementary school have a petition going to make your matcha cookies part of the lunch menu," he continued, his thumb brushing lightly against her cheek, removing that smudge of sugar. "And Bernie at the hardware store has been trying to figure out how to ask you to cater his daughter's wedding without seeming disloyal to Sweet Haven." A smile pulled at her lips. "How do you know all this?" "Small town," he reminded her. "Also, Bernie isn't subtle. He's been dropping hints for weeks about how some things are better with a little spice." She laughed at that, a soft, genuine sound that seemed to lighten the air between them. "I don't know how to stay," she admitted. "I don't know how to not be looking for the exit." Eli's hand slid from her cheek to rest lightly on her shoulder. "Maybe you don't have to figure it all out tonight. Maybe staying is just not leaving today. And then not leaving tomorrow." "Is that how you do it?" she asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. "I stay because leaving would hurt more," he said simply. "Because everything I care about is here." His eyes held hers, and in the quiet of her kitchen, the grandmother games suddenly felt like much more than just a competition. Eli was terrified of what losing might actually mean, not just the contest but her. Losing Delilah to whatever city called next, to her restlessness, to her fear of setting down roots. "I never expected you," he said quietly. Her eyebrows drew together slightly. "What do you mean?" "I had everything figured out. Sweet Haven, my routines, even dodging Po May and Gigi's matchmaking schemes." He gave a small laugh. "And then you showed up with your experimental flavors and your chaos, and suddenly nothing made sense anymore." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" she asked, her voice matching his quietness, as if they were sharing secrets. "I'm still figuring that out," he admitted. "But I know Maplewood is better with you in it." The words hung between them, honest in a way their interactions rarely were. No teasing, no deflection, just the truth as he felt it. The pendant lights cast a warm glow around them, turning the kitchen into a small universe of their own making. Outside, Maplewood slept, unaware of the small moment of honesty happening in Sugar and Spice's kitchen. Delilah looked down at the counter between them, her fingers tracing patterns in a dusting of spilled sugar. "I don't think I've ever belonged somewhere the way you belong here." "You could," he said simply. "If you wanted to." She looked up at him then, and something in her expression made his heart stutter. The grandmother games, with all their ridiculous challenges and transparent matchmaking, faded into the background. This wasn't about winning anymore. It was about what happened when the competition ended.
Chapter 12, 3 Legs, 2 Hearts, 1 Kiss. Delilah checked the time on her phone for the third time in 5 minutes. She was early, ridiculously early, for the final Grandmother Games challenge, but after a restless night of tossing and turning, she'd given up on sleep and decided to walk to Town Square instead. The crisp morning air filled her lungs as she approached the normally quaint area that had been transformed into what looked like a deranged summer camp obstacle course on steroids. Hay bales were stacked in precarious towers. Kiddie pools filled with something that wiggled ominously in the sunlight. Was that Jell-O? Dotted the grass. And most alarmingly, a massive soap-covered slip-and-slide stretched across the length of the square, ending directly at the town fountain. Delilah slowed her pace, her mind replaying last night for the 100th time. The gentle way Eli had tucked her hair behind her ear while they sat on the floor of Sugar and Spice. The warmth in his voice when he told her she belonged in Maplewood. The moment his gaze had dropped to her lips before he'd cleared his throat and stood up to leave. "You're part of this place now," he'd said, his voice soft but certain. "Whether you realize it or not." She'd stayed there long after he left, surrounded by crumpled recipes and the lingering scent of his cologne, wondering when exactly her game of pushing his buttons had turned into whatever this was. "Delilah, you're bright and early." The cheerful voice sliced through her thoughts as Maggie Sinclair bounded over, clipboard in one hand, and what appeared to be several strips of silky fabric in the other. The woman was practically vibrating with excitement, her purple blazer clashing spectacularly with her orange pants, in a way that somehow suited her manic energy. "Just wanted to check out the competition," Delilah lied, shoving her hands into her jacket pockets. "Well, you're in for a treat." Maggie swept her arm dramatically across the square. "The final challenge is our pièce de résistance. Partners will be literally bound together at the ankle for a three-legged race through this glorious obstacle course." Delilah scanned the increasingly ridiculous stations, her stomach doing a little flip that had nothing to do with competition and everything to do with the words "bound together." Her gaze caught on two familiar figures seated in matching directors' chairs near the fountain. Po May and Gigi were already in position, wearing enormous sunglasses and sipping what looked suspiciously like mimosas from crystal flutes. Are they drinking at 9 in the morning?" Delilah asked. Maggie followed her gaze and laughed. "Oh, they call it victory champagne. They've been here since sunrise, supervising the setup." She lowered her voice. "Between us, I think they're enjoying this way too much. Gigi told me this is better than her favorite telenovela." Before Delilah could respond, she felt it, that peculiar awareness, like a shift in atmospheric pressure. She turned and there he was, walking across the square with a takeout coffee in each hand. Eli wore a simple gray Henley with the sleeves pushed up to his elbows, his dark hair slightly ruffled by the breeze. When he spotted her, he paused mid-step, and the small private smile that crossed his face made Delilah's heart do that annoying flippy thing again. "I brought reinforcements," he said, handing her one of the coffees as he approached. "Figured we'd need it." Their fingers brushed during the exchange, and Delilah told herself the jolt she felt was just static electricity. "Thanks. I'm guessing you saw the death trap they've built for us?" "It looks like a kindergarten class designed it during a sugar rush," he agreed, his eyes never leaving hers. There was something different in the way he was looking at her, a new awareness, a charged current running beneath their usual banter. Delilah took a sip of coffee to hide the sudden flush in her cheeks, surprised to discover it was exactly how she liked it, 2 sugars, splash of almond milk. The fact that he remembered made something warm unfurl in her chest. Well. If it isn't Team Sweet Surrender." Felix Martinez's booming voice shattered the moment as he jogged up, dressed in what appeared to be professional athletic gear, complete with a sweatband. "Came to watch us claim our victory, Carter?" Eli's expression shifted to mild exasperation, but Delilah felt a competitive spark ignite. "In your dreams, Felix," she shot back. "The only thing you'll be watching is our backs as we crush this course." Felix grinned, pointing finger guns at her. "That's the spirit. Nothing like a little pre-game trash talk." He jogged away to warm up with exaggerated stretches that drew eye rolls from several spectators. "Team Sweet Surrender?" Eli questioned, raising an eyebrow. Delilah shrugged. "Better than whatever he and his partner call themselves. Probably the Victorious Victors or something equally redundant." "It's the Champions of Destiny," Bernie supplied helpfully as he approached them, carrying a basket of silky scarves. "Been listening to him practice his victory speech all morning." The elderly judge winked conspiratorially. "Don't worry, I've got $5 riding on you too." "Only 5? Delilah asked, mock offended. Bernie chuckled. "Fine, 20. But you didn't hear it from me." He gestured for them to follow him to the starting line. "Let's get you kids tied up." More townspeople were filtering into the square now. Josie waved from where she stood with Theo, both of them eating croissants and looking suspiciously well-rested compared to the competitors. Harper and Wes darted between adults, wearing matching t-shirts that read Team Grandma Games in glittery letters. "Kneel down, please," Bernie instructed, shaking out one of the scarves, a deep red silk that looked suspiciously expensive. "Is that Hermes?" Eli asked incredulously. Bernie shrugged. Po May happened to have it handy. Her words, not mine." As Bernie wrapped the scarf around their ankles, tying it with several secure knots, Delilah became aware of just how close this forced them to stand. Hip to hip, with barely an inch of space between their bodies, Eli's arm automatically came around her waist for balance. The solid press of his side against hers, the faint scent of cinnamon and coffee that seemed to cling to him. She could feel the warmth of his skin through her t-shirt, and it was suddenly very difficult to remember why this was supposed to be a bad idea. Too tight? Bernie asked, tugging on the knot. No, Delilah's voice came out embarrassingly breathless and she cleared her throat. It's fine. Perfect. Bernie slapped them both on the back. Remember, you finish together or not at all. That's the whole point. Eli's hand tightened slightly at her waist, and Delilah risked a glance up at him. The intensity in his eyes made her stomach flip. Together it is, he said, and she wasn't entirely sure they were still talking about the race. The town square had transformed into a carnival atmosphere. The crisp October air carried the sweet scent of caramel apples from a vendor who'd set up shop nearby, mingling with the earthy smell of hay, and the slightly chemical tang of soap from the slip and slide. Townspeople lined the course, some holding handmade signs. Delilah spotted one that read Wu Carter 2023 and another that said Kiss Already, which she pointedly ignored. The fountain at the end of the course sparkled in the morning sunlight, water cascading from the stone centerpiece. Popo, May, and Gigi had repositioned their chairs for the best view, now joined by several other grandmothers from the Maplewood Senior Center, all wearing matching visors and wielding scorecards. Competitors, take your positions. Maggie's voice boomed through a megaphone, causing several birds to take startled flight from a nearby tree. Delilah felt a flutter of nervousness that had nothing to do with the obstacle course, and everything to do with the man beside her. Ready for this, Carter? She asked, trying for her usual bravado. The corner of his mouth quirked up. With you? Never. But let's do it anyway. They shuffled to the starting line, joined by Felix and his partner, and two other teams who'd survived the previous challenges. Delilah's competitive instincts kicked in as she eyed the course, mentally mapping their route. On your mark. Maggie called. Delilah felt Eli's arm tighten around her waist. Get set. She took a deep breath, acutely aware of everywhere their bodies connected. Go. The whistle blew and chaos erupted. Their first few steps were a disaster. Delilah tried to sprint forward while Eli attempted to establish a rhythm, resulting in them nearly toppling over immediately. You can't just drag me, Wu, he laughed, stumbling as she pulled him forward. Watch me, she challenged, but their conflicting movements sent them careening into the first hay bale obstacle. Delilah yelped as they crashed through it, sending straw flying. They emerged on the other side covered in bits of hay, Eli plucking a piece from her hair with a grin that made her heart stutter. Maybe we should try, I don't know, coordinating, he suggested as they approached the jello pools. Fine. Your lead. The moment she surrendered control, they found a wobbly but workable rhythm, stepping gingerly into the first pool. The jello squelched unpleasantly between Delilah's toes. It was green and suspiciously minty smelling. As they navigated to the second pool, her foot caught on the edge and she slipped, instinctively grabbing Eli's shirt to steady herself. They wobbled precariously, Eli's arms wrapping around her waist as they fought for balance. For a brief moment their faces were inches apart, both breathing hard. Delilah could see the flecks of gold in his hazel eyes, the slight stubble on his jaw, the way his lips parted slightly as he looked down at her. Maybe we should try working together for once, he suggested, his voice lower than usual, sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the cool jello at her feet. The proximity made her usual retort die in her throat. Instead she nodded, not trusting her voice. Left, right, left, Eli counted as they extracted themselves from the pool, finding a rhythm that had them moving in surprising unison. Left, right, left. Delilah found herself naturally falling into step with him, their bodies sinking as they navigated around a slalom course of traffic cones. Ahead of them, Felix and his partner were stuck at the halfway point, arguing over direction as they tried to untangle themselves from a net obstacle. As they passed, Delilah couldn't resist a cheerful wave. Need a hand, champs, she called out sweetly. Felix's indignant sputter was worth the slight delay. Eli's hand tightened on hers in silent celebration, his thumb brushing across her knuckles in a way that sent a flutter through her stomach. The small touch felt more intimate than their forced proximity somehow, and Delilah found herself holding on to that contact as they approached the soap slide. They stood at the top, looking down at the slippery descent leading straight to the fountain. The slide gleamed in the sunlight, slick with soapy water and what appeared to be baby oil. At the bottom waited the fountain, their finish line, although how they were supposed to stop before careening into it remained unclear. "This is a terrible idea," Delilah said, eyeing the perilous drop. "Absolutely," Eli agreed. "Then ready." In that moment, looking at him, hay in his hair, jello staining his shoes, eyes bright with exhilaration, Delilah felt something click into place. A moment of perfect clarity. She trusted him. Completely and without reservation, in a way she hadn't trusted anyone in a very long time. She nodded. "Let's do this." "On 3, he said softly. 1. Delilah tightened her grip on his hand. 2. They crouched slightly, preparing to launch. 3. They pushed off in perfect synchronization, hitting the slide with a simultaneous whoop that quickly turned to startled laughter as they realized just how fast they were going. The slide was much steeper than it had appeared from the top, sending them hurtling downward at an alarming speed. Soap and water sprayed around them as they picked up momentum, spinning out of control. Delilah found herself wrapping her arms around Eli's neck as they twisted and tumbled down the incline, their bound ankles ensuring they remained tangled together. Through the chaos, she caught a glimpse of his face, exhilarated, laughing, looking at her with an expression that made her breath catch in her throat. Time seemed to slow as they spun, giving her snapshots of the world around them, the blur of onlookers, the bright blue October sky overhead, and Eli's eyes never leaving her face even in the midst of pandemonium. They hit the bottom of the slide with a jolt that sent them airborne for a heart-stopping moment, before they crashed into the fountain with a spectacular splash. The cool water surrounded them as they rolled through the shallow pool, still tangled together, momentum carrying them in a complete spin before they finally came to rest. When they stopped, Delilah found herself half on top of Eli, both of them soaking wet and laughing breathlessly. Water dripped from her hair onto his face, and his hands had somehow found their way to her waist, steadying her above him. The fountain spray created a rainbow in the sunlight above their heads, water droplets glittering around them like scattered diamonds. Their laughter faded as they realized their position, but neither moved away. The world around them seemed to quieten, though Delilah was vaguely aware of cheers in the distance. "We lost," she said quietly, watching a droplet trace its way down his cheek, past the smile lines at the corner of his eyes. "Did we?" Eli responded, his eyes never leaving hers. His thumb brushed gently against her side, a small, tender gesture that felt more significant than any grand romantic declaration. The moment stretched between them, heavy with every unspoken thing from the past weeks. The tension in the bakery. The quiet conversations late at night. The way he'd looked at her when she wasn't paying attention, and how she'd pretended not to notice. All the times they should have done this and hadn't. Then, with absolute certainty, Eli reached up and pulled her down to him, kissing her like he'd been waiting his entire life for this moment. Delilah responded instantly, her lips parting against his, kissing him back with everything she'd been denying herself. His hand cradled the back of her neck, threading through her wet hair as he deepened the kiss. He tasted like coffee and mint and possibility. Like home. She barely registered the eruption of cheers around them. Po, May and Gigi high-fiving in victory, the twins jumping up and down, Bernie collecting what appeared to be betting money from several disappointed-looking townspeople who'd apparently wagered against them. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Delilah rested her forehead against his. "I think we just made Po May's entire year," she murmured, not particularly caring. Eli laughed softly, his thumb tracing her cheekbone.
"Worth it," he said simply.
And as the water continued to fall around them, Delilah realized that surrendering to this felt nothing like losing. It felt like finally coming home.
Chapter 13, Running Away. Flower, get about it. Eli stood dripping wet in the town square fountain, watching Delilah slip away through the crowd like water through his fingers. 1 second she'd been pressed against him, the taste of her still lingering on his lips, and the next she was mumbling something about needing to change before disappearing into the throng of spectators. The cheers around him gradually faded into background noise as he climbed out alone. Water squelched in his shoes with each step, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He pushed his wet hair back from his face, scanning the dispersing crowd for any sign of her. Wonderful performance, Elijah. Po May called out, clapping her hands with obvious delight despite the fact that he and Delilah had technically lost the competition. She stood beside Gigi, both women looking like they'd just pulled off the heist of the century. It wasn't a performance, he muttered, though not loud enough for anyone to hear. Gigi winked at him. The best partnerships require a little, how do you say, push into the deep end, no? Eli's gaze drifted back to where Delilah had vanished, his mind replaying the moment she'd kissed him back, not politely or hesitantly, but with an intensity that had made him forget they were standing in the middle of the town square with half of Maplewood watching. So why had she bolted? You might want to dry off before you catch pneumonia, dear, Gigi added, handing him a suspiciously convenient towel that she'd pulled from her oversized handbag. Champions don't let a little water dampen their spirits. We didn't win, Eli pointed out, mechanically taking the towel. Po May waved her hand dismissively. Some victories aren't measured by trophies. The winner's ceremony was a blur. Felix accepted the Grandmother Games trophy with theatrical graciousness, thanking everyone from his mother to his fifth-grade gym teacher in a speech that seemed designed to last until the next Grandmother Games. And I'd like to thank my worthy opponents, Felix continued, pointing to where Eli stood at the edge of the gathering. Especially Carter, who provided enough entertainment to fuel the town gossip mill for at least 3 months. A ripple of laughter moved through the crowd. Eli barely noticed. His eyes continued scanning faces, looking for the one person who was conspicuously absent. Delilah had completely disappeared. He texted her twice, casual messages that belied the nervous energy coursing through him, but received no response. And now, Maggie Sinclair announced, her voice carrying across the town square with practiced enthusiasm, all participants will receive commemorative photo albums capturing their journey through our inaugural Grandmother Games. More applause. Eli shifted his weight, fighting the urge to check his phone again. Come on up, everyone, Maggie called, waving the teams forward. Eli reluctantly approached the makeshift stage. Felix's partner collected their album first, followed by the other teams. When Eli stepped forward alone, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Where's your lovely partner? Maggie asked, her smile fixed in place but her eyes darting nervously toward Po May and Gigi. She couldn't make it, Eli said flatly, taking both albums. The cover photo showed him and Delilah on day 1, handcuffed together at the farmer's market, mutual horror etched on their faces. It felt like a lifetime ago. As he stepped away, he caught Po May watching him with surprising sympathy, an expression that seemed out of place on the face of a woman who had engineered this entire debacle. She wasn't even his actual grandmother, yet something in her gaze made him feel seen in a way that was both uncomfortable and oddly comforting. The right ingredients sometimes need time to rise, she said cryptically as he passed. Eli clutched the albums tighter and kept walking. If you stare at that frosting any harder, it might spontaneously combust. Josie's voice pulled Eli from his thoughts. He'd been mechanically going through closing procedures at Sweet Haven, his body on autopilot while his mind replayed the kiss for the 14th time. The weight of Delilah in his arms, the surprised little sound she'd made when he'd initially pulled her closer, the way she'd curled her fingers into his shirt like she needed an anchor. Earth to Eli, Josie waved a hand in front of his face. You've been stirring that same batch of buttercream for 10 minutes. Just making sure it's smooth, he muttered. Aha. Josie leaned against the counter, studying him with the knowing look she'd perfected over years of friendship. You know your shirt is still damp, right? And you've got some kind of leaf stuck to your back? Eli sighed, setting the bowl down. It's been a day. So I've heard. Half the town is talking about your dramatic finale in the fountain. Mrs. Peterson from the book club is already calling it the kiss that launched 1,000 pastries. She grinned. Personally, I'm just glad it wasn't me and Theo this time. The grandmothers have found fresh meat. It's not funny, Yosh, Eli said, his voice sharper than intended. She's completely ghosting me. Josie's expression softened. Have you called her? 3 times. All voicemail. Text. 4. Read but no response. Ouch. Josie approached, bumping his shoulder gently with hers. So what are you going to do about it? Eli ran a hand through his still damp hair. I don't know. Maybe nothing. If she wants space. Bullshit, Josie cut in. You're not actually this dense, Eli. You're just scared. I'm not. Some people run when they realize they have something to lose, Josie said, her tone gentler now. You of all people should understand that. Eli fell silent, absorbing her words. He had spent years avoiding entanglements, building a comfortable life where the only surprises came from Josie's occasionally outlandish pastry ideas. It was safe. Predictable. And then Delilah Wu had blown into town like a hurricane, challenging everything he thought he knew about himself. You know what Theo did when I freaked out after our first kiss? Josie continued, a fond smile playing at her lips. Wrote you a sonnet? Eli guessed dryly. He showed up at my door with a box of those awful licorice candies I inexplicably love, and refused to leave until I talked to him. She patted Eli's arm. Sometimes you've got to be the one who stays put when someone else is running. Eli looked at his friend, really looked at her, happy, settled, and completely unlike the skittish Josie who used to flee at the first sign of emotional vulnerability. When did you get so smart about relationships? He asked. I've always been smart, Josie replied with a grin. You were just too stubborn to listen. Evening had settled over Maplewood by the time Eli found himself outside Sugar and Spice, watching the lights still burning inside, despite the closed sign hanging in the window. A few stars pierced the deepening indigo sky, and the air carried the crisp bite of autumn. He stood on the sidewalk, the commemorative albums tucked under one arm, hesitating. What if she really didn't want to see him? What if the kiss had been exactly what she'd probably tell him it was? A moment of competition-fueled madness, meaningless in the cold light of day. But then he remembered their last late-night conversation, Delilah sitting on the floor of this very cafe, surrounded by crumpled recipes, finally letting her guard down. How she'd admitted she was scared of staying somewhere permanently, of putting down roots only to discover she didn't belong. How vulnerable she'd looked in that moment, before the walls came back up and she'd made some joke about his baking dinosaur ways. The memory gave him the courage to step forward and rap firmly on the glass door. Once, twice, 3 times. He wasn't leaving until she acknowledged him, one way or another. Through the window, he saw movement. Delilah emerged from the back, wiping her hands on her apron. She froze when she spotted him, her expression cycling rapidly through surprise, panic, and something else, something that looked suspiciously like longing before settling into careful neutrality. For a moment, he thought she might pretend she hadn't seen him. Then, with visible reluctance, she approached the door and unlocked it, opening it just enough to speak. We're closed, she said, as if he couldn't read the sign. I know. Eli held up the albums. I brought your commemorative failure package. Seemed wrong to keep both copies. Delilah hesitated, then sighed and pulled the door open wider. Fine. But I'm in the middle of something. The contrast between the cool autumn night and the warm interior of Sugar and Spice hit Eli immediately as he stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of cinnamon and brown sugar, overlaid with the faintest hint of cardamom, her signature addition to nearly everything. The cafe was empty, chairs overturned on tables, but the lights in the kitchen blazed brightly. Delilah moved behind the counter, keeping it between them like a shield. Under the overhead lights, Eli could see her more clearly. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, wisps escaping to frame her face. Her apron was dusted with flour, and there was a smudge of something, sugar maybe, on her left cheek. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, repeatedly wiping against the fabric of her apron, though they looked clean. You can just leave those, she said, nodding at the albums without quite meeting his eyes. Aren't you curious what embarrassing moments Maggie included? Eli asked, setting them on the counter but not moving away. There's probably a whole page dedicated to Eli Jr. The goat was the highlight of the competition, Delilah said, a ghost of a smile touching her lips before vanishing. Listen, I appreciate you bringing these by, but I've got about 6 batches of dough that need attention, so. Eli glanced toward the kitchen. Through the open doorway he could see mixer bowls, baking sheets, and enough prep dough for what looked like 100 muffins. Baking, her automatic stress response. That's a lot of dough for a Tuesday night, he observed. I'm testing new recipes. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze darting everywhere but at him. Actually, I've been thinking, now that the games are over, we can go back to normal, right? I mean, it was fun and all, but the whole fountain thing was just, competition adrenaline. Public pressure. Classic reality TV moment, except small-town style. The words came too quickly, rehearsed sounding, her hands gesturing animatedly as if to distract from the careful distance she maintained. That doesn't have to mean anything, she continued when he didn't immediately respond. We were pushed into this ridiculous competition by meddling grandmothers, who aren't even my grandmothers, by the way, and this town loves drama and we just got caught up in it. Which is totally fine and normal, and… So that's it? Eli asked quietly, remaining by the counter while she moved frantically back toward her kitchen. We just pretend it didn't happen? Delilah reached for a bowl of what looked like blueberries, focusing intently on sorting through them. I mean, I think that's the practical approach. You know how Maplewood is, give it a week and they'll find something else to obsess over. Probably Maggie Sinclair's new community theater production, or whatever. Eli watched her for a moment, taking in the nervous energy radiating from her body, the way she seemed physically incapable of stillness. Then he crossed the room in a few deliberate steps, stopping just short of invading her space but close enough that she couldn't ignore his presence. Practical, he repeated, the word carrying a weight that made her hands still momentarily. Is that what you really want, Delilah? To be practical? She kept her eyes fixed on the berries. I'm just being realistic. The tension vibrating between them was nearly tangible, filling the room like the warm scent of cinnamon. Eli gently took the bowl from her hands and set it aside on the countertop. The sudden absence of a barrier made her finally look up at him, her expression a complex mixture of defiance and vulnerability. Delilah, he said, his voice steadier than he felt, you kissed me like you meant it. So what's the real problem? The directness of the question caught her off guard. For a brief moment her carefully constructed defenses faltered, and something raw and honest flickered in her eyes. She opened her mouth, closed it again, and then… A timer dinged loudly, making them both jump. I need to get those, she said, relief flooding her face at the interruption. Eli stepped back, allowing her to move past him toward the oven. He watched as she slid on oven mitts and removed a tray of golden brown muffins, the scent of blueberries and vanilla intensifying as she set them on a cooling rack. Her movements were confident here, in her element, a stark contrast to the uncertainty in her expression when she'd looked at him. He waited patiently as she checked each muffin, adjusted the oven temperature, and set another timer. He could sense her internal struggle, the way she was using these familiar tasks to gather herself. When she finally turned back to him, her voice was uncharacteristically small. What if, she started, then shook her head, trying again. I'm not good at staying, Eli. And she gestured vaguely at him, encompassing his entire being with one frustrated wave, completely rooted here. Your whole life is Maplewood. Eli absorbed her words, understanding the fear beneath them. This wasn't about the kiss itself, it was about what came after. What it meant to drop the pretense of competition and rivalry, and acknowledge that somewhere along the way, things had changed between them. You know, he said carefully, moving slightly closer, everyone assumes I stayed in Maplewood because I was afraid to leave. The truth is, I stayed because I chose to. There's a difference between settling and choosing. He watched her process this, the subtle shift in her expression telling him she was listening. Her fingers toyed with the edge of her apron, twisting the fabric unconsciously. It's not that simple, she said after a moment. It never is, he agreed. But neither of us are the same people we were 6 weeks ago, before those meddling grandmothers forced us together. A reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Popo May should start a dating service. She'd make a fortune. Don't give her ideas, Eli warned, the familiar banter easing some of the tension between them. But he wasn't going to let her derail the conversation entirely. You're avoiding the question, Delilah. She sighed, leaning back against the counter. What happens when I mess this up? She asked, her gesture encompassing them both. What happens when I get restless or scared or… She stopped, vulnerability raw in her voice. I don't want to hurt you. And I don't want to lose sugar and spice. And I don't want to disappoint everyone, including those meddling grandmothers who aren't even mine, but somehow still make me feel guilty with just a look. The confession hung in the air between them, honest in a way that stripped away all their usual layers of banter and competition. For once, Eli didn't have a sarcastic comeback or a careful response. Instead, he closed the distance between them, gently tipping her chin up so she met his eyes. I'm not going anywhere, Delilah, he said simply. And I don't expect you to have all the answers right now. But I'm not afraid of your restlessness or your fears, or your ridiculous need to put cardamom in literally everything." This earned him a small smile, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. "Whatever this is," he continued, his thumb brushing lightly over her cheek, removing the smudge of sugar that had been tempting him since he arrived, "it's worth figuring out. Together." The moment hung between them, honest, raw, and filled with possibility. Delilah's eyes searched his face, as if looking for any sign of doubt or hesitation. Finding none, she slowly exhaled. "I'm really bad at this, you know," she whispered. "At what?" "At letting people in. At staying. She gestured between them, "whatever this is." "Funny," Eli said, the corner of his mouth lifting. "I've been told I'm completely terrible at letting people get close. So maybe we're even." She laughed, a soft, genuine sound that made something in his chest tighten. Then, with deliberate intent rather than impulsive passion, Delilah reached up and pulled him down to her, her fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt just like they had in the fountain. But this time there was no audience, no competition, no grandmothers watching with smug satisfaction. This time it was just them, choosing each other. Eli knew they were still at the beginning of something complicated. But for the first time since the grandmother games began, it felt like they might both be winning.
Chapter 14, Trophy Spouse Material. Delilah leaned against the wall of the community center, a plastic cup of punch clutched in one hand, as she surveyed the chaos of the closing ceremony with a mixture of disbelief and reluctant amusement. Paper lanterns cast warm, honeyed light across the room, transforming the normally utilitarian space into something almost magical, which was fitting, considering the whole evening felt like some kind of bizarre fever dream. "Technical adjustments and performance bonuses," she muttered to herself, repeating Bernie Calloway's explanation for why she and Eli had somehow been crowned the winners, despite their spectacular disqualification in the final obstacle course. The elderly judge had delivered the news with such a straight face that it might have been convincing, if he hadn't immediately winked at Po, May, and Gigi, who sat in matching floral dresses looking like cats who'd gotten into a gallon of cream. The adjustments were clearly nonsense. The grandmothers had wanted them to win, so they'd won. End of story. Her gaze drifted to the makeshift stage where an actual trophy, where had they even found a trophy shop that fast, gleamed beneath spotlights. Next to it stood a foam board covered with photos documenting their journey through the grandmother games. Delilah narrowed her eyes, pushing off the wall to get a closer look. "Wait a minute," she whispered, leaning in to study a particular photo that showed her and Eli in what appeared to be the storage room at Sweet Haven. They were standing close, too close, his back against the shelving and her hand resting on his chest. The almost kiss. The moment she'd convinced herself nobody had witnessed. Except apparently someone had. With a camera. Her cheeks warmed as she scanned the other photos. There they were at the farmer's market, handcuffed together, Eli looking horrified as she dragged him toward a goat pen. Another showed them at the tea challenge, Eli's fingers brushing hers as he passed her a cup. And there, she actually gasped, was a shot of them in the fountain, soaking wet, his hands cupping her face as they kissed. "I'm starting to think we need a restraining order against the whole town," came a low voice warm with humor. Delilah didn't need to turn to know who stood behind her. Her body recognized Eli's presence before her brain did, a fact that both thrilled and terrified her in equal measure. When she did look over her shoulder, the sight of him hit her with unexpected force. He'd changed into a dark blue button-down that brought out the gold flecks in his hazel eyes, and his hair, always slightly mussed, looked like he'd made an actual effort to tame it. And he was smiling at her. Not his public smile, the polite one he used for customers, or the sarcastic one he flashed when someone said something particularly ridiculous. This was his private smile, the one that crinkled the corners of his eyes and seemed to say, "I see you. The real you. And I like what I see." Something warm unfurled in her chest, sending tendrils of heat through her body. She'd seen that smile last night at Sugar and Spice when he'd cornered her, when he'd refused to let her deflect or run away from what was happening between them. "I'm not going anywhere," he'd told her, and in the dim light of her bakery, with the scent of sugar and vanilla hanging in the air, she'd chosen to believe him. But now, in the harsh fluorescent light of the community center, surrounded by the expectant gazes of what felt like the entire town, Doubt crept back in like a shadow. "This is ridiculous," she said, gesturing at the photo display. "I'm pretty sure we're entitled to some privacy laws or something." "In Maplewood?" Eli arched an eyebrow. Privacy died the moment Marge Newman got her first smartphone and discovered she could zoom in on people's windows from her second-story apartment. The room felt stifling. Everywhere she looked, people were watching them, whispering, smiling knowingly. The air was thick with competing scents: mulled cider from the refreshment table, the floral perfume of the elderly ladies clustered near the door, aftershave from the group of men arguing good-naturedly near the punch bowl. Someone had cranked the heat too high, and Delilah felt sweat prickling along her hairline, her skin buzzing with nervous energy. "You okay?" Eli asked, his voice dropping to a murmur. His hand found the small of her back, warm and steady through the thin fabric of her dress, and she exhaled shakily. "Fine," she lied. Then, because she was trying to be better about that, just feeling a little overcrowded. And overheated. And over-congratulated by people who 3 weeks ago didn't even know my name. His thumb traced small soothing circles against her lower back. "True, but now Mrs. Henderson from the knitting club knows your name, your coffee order, and has probably already knitted us matching Christmas stockings." She tried to laugh, but it came out strained. Before she could respond, Felix Martinez approached, his partner in tow. The gym teacher wore an expression that straddled the line between congratulatory and constipated. "Well played, Wu," he said, extending a hand. "Though I still think we had you beat on technical execution." "You fell off the stage during the dance portion," Eli reminded him dryly. "A strategic maneuver to test the structural integrity of the flooring," Felix insisted. "Safety first." Delilah shook his hand, partly out of politeness, and partly because she wanted to see if his grip was as unnecessarily aggressive as his competitive nature. It was. "There should be a rematch next year," Felix declared, loud enough for nearby spectators to hear. "These games are becoming a tradition now. I'll have a full year to train." The casual mention of next year hit Delilah like a physical blow. A future stretched before her, full of Maplewood seasons and traditions she'd never allowed herself to imagine being part of permanently. Winter with its cozy bakery mornings and snowball fights in the town square. Spring with flower festivals and rain-scented afternoons. Summer with its fireflies and outdoor movies. Fall with apple picking and hay rides and pumpkin everything. Another grandmother games. Another year of Po, May and Gigi's meddling. Another year of standing beside Eli at town events, his hand on her back, his private smile just for her. Her smile faltered, the reality of it all suddenly too much. Maggie Sinclair's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts as the event coordinator tapped on a microphone at the front of the room. "If I could have everyone's attention for our closing ceremony. It's time for our winners to say a few words." Panic rose in Delilah's throat, hot and suffocating. The room seemed to shrink, the faces blurring together, expectations pressing in from all sides. "Hey," Eli whispered, leaning close enough that his breath tickled her ear. "We can just thank them and sit down. Or I can do all the talking. Or we can fake food poisoning and make a run for it." She barely heard him over the roaring in her ears. Her chest tightened, airways constricting as though the room itself was squeezing the oxygen away. "I need some air," she managed, already stepping away from his steadying hand. "Just give me a minute." "Delilah," he started, concern etching lines between his brows, but she was already moving, slipping between clusters of townspeople, and heading for the side door she knew led to the small garden area outside. The cool October air hit her like a blessing the moment she stepped outside, and Delilah gulped it in greedily. She moved away from the door, leaning her back against the rough brick wall of the community center and tilting her face toward the night sky. Stars. So many stars. In San Francisco, the city lights had drowned out all but the brightest, but here in Maplewood they sprawled across the darkness in countless pinpricks of silver. The air smelled of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke, with an undertone of frost that promised winter was just around the corner. She filled her lungs with it, letting the crisp scent clear her head. She'd been running her whole life. From expectations, from permanence, from the quiet fear that if she stayed still too long, she'd discover she wasn't enough. Not talented enough, not ambitious enough, not interesting enough to hold anyone's attention. Better to leave first than to be left behind. The side door creaked open, and Delilah straightened, expecting Eli's tall figure to appear. Instead, the small, determined form of Po May stepped out, her eagle eyes finding Delilah immediately. "Ah," the elderly woman said, as if she'd just stumbled upon Delilah by complete accident and not because she'd clearly been tracking her movements all evening. "Fresh air is good. Too many people inside wearing too much cologne." Delilah managed a weak smile. "Just needed a breather." Instead of heading back inside, Po May walked toward a small bench nestled beneath a maple tree and sat down, then patted the space beside her with an expectant look. Delilah hesitated, torn between the desire to be alone and the knowledge that refusing would probably result in the entire town searching for her within minutes. With a sigh, she crossed to the bench and sat. "You know," Po May said after a moment of surprisingly comfortable silence, "when I first came to America I planned to stay only 1 year." The unexpected personal detail caught Delilah's attention. In all the weeks of the grandmother games, through all of Po May's interference and manipulations, she'd never once shared anything about herself. The elderly woman gazed up at the stars, her profile serene in the moonlight. "I was 19. So scared, but I pretended I wasn't. Told everyone I just wanted adventure, experience. That I would go back home after seeing what America had to offer." She chuckled softly. "So terrified of putting down roots. Convinced my real life was waiting somewhere else." It was like the woman had reached directly into Delilah's mind and plucked out her deepest fears. She swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. "What changed?" "Nothing big. 1 year became 2, became 5, became a lifetime. Not because I was trapped, but because I chose it anew each morning." Po May turned, fixing Delilah with a gaze that was surprisingly gentle. "Every day, a small choice. To water the plants. To greet the neighbors. To learn a new recipe that reminded me of home, but with American ingredients." "But how did you know?" The words tumbled out before Delilah could stop them, her voice smaller and more vulnerable than she'd intended. "How did you know you were making the right choice? That you wouldn't regret staying?" Po May's answer was immediate. "I didn't. That's the point of choices, you never know. You only know you cannot have both roads." Before Delilah could respond, the door burst open again, and Harper and Wes Calloway bounded out, their faces flushed with excitement. "Miss Delilah!" Wes shouted, far louder than necessary given the small distance between them. "Eli's looking for you." "He said to check if you fell in a ditch," Harper added helpfully. "Or ran away to join the circus." "I did not say that," came Eli's exasperated voice from the doorway. "I said to see if you were okay, which clearly you are since you found the one person in Maplewood who meddles more than my grandmother." Po May rose with surprising grace, brushing imaginary dust from her embroidered jacket. "My work is done, I think." She patted Delilah's hand, her touch surprisingly warm. "Some people spend their whole lives running from happiness because they fear it isn't permanent. Don't be so afraid of endings that you miss your beginning." With that parting wisdom, she allowed the twins to pull her back inside, leaving Eli framed in the doorway and Delilah still seated on the bench, her mind whirling. Eli hesitated, watching her with a mixture of concern and something deeper, something that made her heart race. "You don't have to come back in if you're not ready. I told Maggie we'd do the speech tomorrow." "Liar," Delilah said, but there was no heat in it. "You're a terrible liar, Eli Carter." "I'm an excellent liar," he protested. "Maggie just didn't believe me." He stepped closer, moonlight catching in his hair, and Delilah felt a now familiar tug in her chest. For the first time since the kiss and the fountain, she didn't try to ignore it. In the quiet that followed, something shifted within her. A sudden, startling clarity that fell over her like the first snow of winter, transforming everything it touched. She thought about sugar and spice, about the way customers now greeted her by name. About Old Man Jenkins saving the best strawberries for her at the farmer's market, and Mrs. Chen asking for her opinion on a new tea blend. About the twins' crayon drawings tacked to her refrigerator, and the small garden plot Josie had helped her start behind the bakery. She thought about Eli's steady presence and the way he saw through her deflections, the way he challenged her and infuriated her and somehow made her feel safe all at once. The truth hit her with startling simplicity: she wasn't running toward something anymore. She was already home. And she didn't want to leave. Standing, Delilah brushed off her dress and headed for the door, rushing past Eli without a word. His confusion was palpable, but he followed her back inside to the now quieter celebration. Most of the guests had moved to the refreshment tables or broken into small conversation groups, giving them a moment of relative privacy. Delilah scanned the room until she spotted a small porch area off to the side, away from the main crush of people. She headed for it decisively, weaving through the crowd with Eli trailing behind her. When they reached the relatively secluded spot, she turned to find him watching her with a careful expression, like he was preparing himself for her to say she was leaving. "I was about to come find you," he began, but fell silent when she deliberately stepped into his space. "I'm staying," Delilah said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Not for you, not for the bakery. For me. Because I want to. Because," she took a deep breath, "because I think happiness scares me more than failure does. And I'm tired of being scared." The smile that broke across Eli's face was worth every moment of uncertainty she'd endured. It was like watching the sun rise, slow at first, then all at once brilliant and warm. "I was hoping you'd say that," he murmured, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers lingering against her cheek. "Though I was prepared to follow you wherever you went, just so you know." "That's extremely creepy, Carter." "It's romantic," he corrected, pulling her closer. "It's stalker behavior. It's devotion. It's grounds for a restraining order." His laugh vibrated through her where their bodies met, and then he was kissing her, soft and slow and unhurried, as if they had all the time in the world. Maybe they did. Over his shoulder, Delilah spotted Josie's grandmother and Gigi across the room. The two elderly women clinked their punch cups together in a toast, identical expressions of triumph on their faces. For once, Delilah didn't mind the meddling. Some traditions, she was discovering, were worth keeping.
Chapter 15 Baked with Love, No Returns Accepted. Eli stood on the small side porch of the community center, grateful for the momentary escape from the celebration inside. The cool evening air was a relief after the stuffiness of the crowded room, where he'd spent the past half hour fielding congratulations and deflecting Bernie's attempts to make him wear the ridiculous champion sash again. He loosened his tie slightly, staring out at the town square where fairy lights illuminated the autumn trees. The maple leaves had turned brilliant shades of orange and crimson, seeming to glow from within as the twinkling lights caught their edges. It was the kind of perfect fall evening that made Maplewood famous, and that normally would have had Eli appreciating the scenery rather than using it as a distraction from the chaos in his head. He'd won. They'd won. And then Delilah had run. Not that he blamed her, exactly. That kiss in the fountain had been unexpected. Publicly witnessed by half the town. Immortalized by at least 3 camera phones, and probably already posted to the Maplewood Facebook group with some mortifying caption. And completely, utterly perfect. Until she'd pulled away with that panicked look in her eyes. The door opened behind him, and he turned to see Delilah stepping onto the porch. Something about her expression was different, a certainty that wasn't there when she hurried outside earlier. She'd removed her heels, holding them in one hand, making her appear smaller yet somehow more grounded. The sight of her silhouetted against the golden light from inside made his heart stutter in a way that should be embarrassing for a grown man. "I thought you might have left," Eli said, trying to keep his tone light despite the very real fear he'd felt when she disappeared. She'd been avoiding him all day after their kiss, and he'd half expected her to bail on the awards ceremony entirely. Delilah shook her head, walking toward him with deliberate steps. "I needed to think," she admitted. "And then I realized I've been overthinking everything since the day I arrived in Maplewood." She stopped just short of touching him, close enough that he could see the determination in her eyes. The distant sounds of celebration filtered through the closed door, laughter, clinking glasses, Bernie's unmistakable cackle as he probably placed another bet on something ridiculous. The crisp October air carried the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from someone's fireplace in the distance. Eli breathed in deeply, catching the familiar notes of Delilah's perfume, vanilla and something spicy, mingling with it all. The gentle glow of string lights reflected in her eyes, making them seem impossibly deep as she looked up at him. His heart beat steadily, rhythmically. Finally. You know, Eli said when the silence stretched a beat too long, if this is where you tell me it was all just part of the competition, I'd rather you didn't. He tried to sound casual, but his voice had a husky edge that betrayed him. Delilah's lips quirked. Actually, I was going to suggest a rematch. Double or nothing. Ooh, I swear. I'm kidding, she said quickly, a familiar spark of mischief in her eyes. But then her expression softened into something vulnerable that made his chest ache. Although maybe a rematch wouldn't be the worst idea since I'm pretty sure we both lost this one. Lost? Eli raised an eyebrow. We have a trophy. And a truly hideous sash that Bernie is determined to make me wear for the rest of my natural life. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Delilah took a deep breath, and Eli watched emotions flicker across her face, vulnerability, determination, and something softer he'd only glimpsed in rare moments. I love you, she said suddenly, the words tumbling out in a rush. So you're stuck with me. If that's still what you want. The declaration hung between them, simultaneously monumental and as natural as breathing. Eli couldn't help himself, a small smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as relief and joy coursed through him. Took you long enough, Wu, he said, but his teasing tone couldn't disguise the emotion in his voice. He reached for her, pulling her to him with a certainty that left no room for doubt. And yes, that's still what I want. That's always going to be what I want. Her body relaxed against his, as though she'd been holding herself rigid with tension until that moment. The shoes dangling from her fingers pressed awkwardly into his back as she wound her arms around his neck, but he couldn't have cared less. You're sure? She murmured, her breath warm against his cheek. Because I'm not easy to deal with. I change the recipe halfway through. I rearrange furniture at midnight. I burn toast constantly. Delilah. He pulled back just enough to look her in the eyes. I've spent the last month handcuffed to you, locked in storage closets with you, and fishing you out of a town fountain. I'm aware that you're a catastrophe with excellent hair. She snorted inelegantly. Wow, you really know how to sweet-talk a girl. I'm not finished. His hands framed her face, suddenly serious. You're also brilliant and fearless, and the only person who's ever successfully challenged every assumption I've made about my life. And I love you for it. Every chaotic, stubborn, beautiful part. Their kiss was different from the impulsive one in the fountain, or the tentative ones exchanged in her bakery. This one felt like a promise, unhurried, certain, full of everything they'd been too stubborn to say. Eli lost himself in the softness of her lips, the subtle pressure of her fingers at the nape of his neck, the way she fit against him like she was made to be there. When they finally broke apart, Eli rested his forehead against hers, reluctant to create even an inch of distance. I love you too, you know, he murmured. In case that wasn't obvious from the past month of making a complete fool of myself. Oh, it was obvious, Delilah said softly, her eyes dancing with amusement. You're terrible at hiding your feelings, Carter. Your face does this thing where... All right, that's enough, he growled, but his mock annoyance couldn't mask his smile. And when I fluster you, your ears turn this adorable shade of? He silenced her with another kiss, soft and quick. You're the worst. You love it, she countered. God help me, I do. The moment was interrupted by a soft ahem from the doorway. They turned to find Harper and Wes peering around the doorframe with identical mischievous grins. The twins' formal clothes were already rumpled, and Wes had a suspicious stain down the front of his shirt that looked like punch. Popo May says to tell you that hiding is rude, Harper announced importantly, her gap-toothed smile suggesting she was enjoying this assignment immensely. Wes added, and Gigi says if you're kissing they win extra points. Before either adult could respond, the twins disappeared back inside, the sound of their giggles lingering. Eli and Delilah exchanged looks of amused resignation. How much you want to bet they already have our wedding planned? Eli asked, only half joking. To his surprise, Delilah didn't tense at the word wedding. Instead, she laughed, lacing her fingers through his. Complete with matching grandparent t-shirts and commemorative photo albums, she agreed. I wouldn't be shocked if they've already booked a venue and picked names for our hypothetical children. Bold of you to assume they haven't already enrolled them in school. Eli tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Should we be concerned about how completely not freaked out we are by this conversation? She shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Probably. But maybe not tonight. He could live with that. Tonight was for savoring this new fragile thing between them, not overthinking what came next. Though the fact that they could joke about weddings and futures, without either of them breaking into hives, felt significant. As they prepared to rejoin the celebration, Delilah stopped him with a gentle tug on his hand. Did you ever think, she asked softly, when I opened Sugar and Spice that we'd end up here? Eli considered the question seriously. No, he admitted. But I did think about strangling you, at least weekly. Her laugh was bright in the quiet night air, and he couldn't resist adding, now I just want to kiss you instead. Much better outcome. For both of us, she agreed, stepping closer. Though I'm pretty sure I contemplated pushing a pie in your face at least once a day. Please. You would never waste good pie on revenge. You're right. It would have been the day-old scones. She was close enough now that he could count the freckles dusting the bridge of her nose, see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. It still amazed him that he was allowed to look at her like this, to touch her, to love her, when just weeks ago they'd been at each other's throats. We're going to drive each other crazy, he said softly, the realization as comforting as it was terrifying. We already do, she pointed out, rising on her tiptoes to press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. But at least now there are better ways to resolve our arguments. They re-entered the community center hand in hand, immediately spotted by Po-Po, May and Gigi, who exchanged triumphant looks across the room. Bernie made a beeline for them, the dreaded champion sash draped over his arm. Eli groaned quietly, but Delilah squeezed his hand. I'll protect you from the sash if you'll save me a dance, she whispered. The casual way she referred to future moments together, small ordinary promises, felt more significant than any grand declaration. Deal, he murmured just before Bernie reached them. There they are. Bernie's eyes twinkled with too much mischief for a man his age. Our champions. You know, I had 5-to-1 odds on you two running off together before the ceremony. Looks like I owe Marge at the pharmacy $20. We didn't run off, Eli protested. We were just getting some air. Bernie's knowing look made it clear he didn't believe that for a second. Well, whatever you want to call it, you're back now, and you're both wearing the victory sashes for the group photo. Both of us? Delilah protested. You only had one before. Gigi found another, Bernie replied, producing a second satin sash from behind his back. What a coincidence, right? Almost like they planned it. Eli exchanged a resigned look with Delilah. Fine, he sighed, allowing Bernie to drape the ridiculous thing over his shoulder. But just for the photo. Wouldn't dream of asking for more, Bernie said with a smile that suggested he absolutely would. He adjusted the sash with unnecessary fussiness. By the way, Harper and Wes have decided you two should be their official taste testers for their science fair project on cookie chemistry. They've decided that, have they? Eli asked dryly. Funny enough, so have Po-Po, May and Gigi, Bernie added, his innocent tone not fooling anyone. Something about continued intergenerational bonding. He draped the second sash over Delilah's shoulders, patting it into place with a grandfatherly pat. Looks good on you both? Now come on, everyone's waiting. As they followed Bernie back to the center of the room, Eli felt a strange sense of peace settle over him. For once the town's meddling didn't bother him. How could it when it had led to this? The rest of the evening passed in a blur of congratulations, toasts, and merciless teasing from what seemed like half the town. Felix demanded a rematch next year, insisting that the judges had been biased. Maggie Sinclair was already making notes for improvements to the grandmother games, most of which sounded more like torture devices than fun challenges. And through it all, Delilah stayed by his side, her hand in his, laughing at all the right moments and rolling her eyes alongside him at all the wrong ones. Later, as the celebration wound down, Eli found himself in a quiet corner with Delilah, watching the community they both now fully claimed as home. Po-Po, May and Gigi were already deep in conversation with Maggie Sinclair, gesturing animatedly in a way that suggested next year's grandmother games were already being planned. They're never going to stop meddling, are they? Delilah asked, leaning comfortably against him. Eli wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pressing a kiss to her temple. Probably not, he admitted. But I'm finding it hard to complain about the results. I suppose it could be worse, she conceded, turning to face him with a smile that was equal parts mischievous and tender. They could have paired us with Felix. Now that would have been a disaster. He traced the line of her jaw with his thumb, still not quite believing his luck. Though I'm not convinced I haven't just traded one disaster for another. Too late now, Carter. You're stuck with me. Her eyes sparkled with challenge and something deeper, something that made his heart catch. No takebacks. Wouldn't dream of it, Eli said softly, marveling at how the woman who had once been his biggest headache had become the person he couldn't imagine his life without. As Delilah turned her face up to his with a smile that promised a lifetime of challenges, arguments, and making up afterward, Eli silently acknowledged that perhaps the interfering grandmothers had it right all along. Some competitions were never about winning, they were about finding exactly where you belong. And somehow, against all odds, he belonged with Delilah Wu. What are you thinking about with that dopey smile on your face? She asked, poking him in the ribs. Just plotting how to get revenge on Bernie for this sash situation. Liar. But she was smiling, seeing through him as easily as she always did. Across the room, Po-Po-May caught his eye and gave him a small satisfied nod as if to say, I told you so. Beside her, Gigi was already whispering something to Bernie, who grinned and pulled out his little notebook, no doubt setting up yet another bet. Some things in Maplewood would never change. And Eli, who had spent years resisting the town's matchmaking culture, found he didn't mind at all. Not when the maddening, brilliant woman beside him was the prize.
Epilogue: The next game begins. Delilah shifted uncomfortably in the hard plastic folding chair, trying to find a position that wouldn't leave her backside completely numb. Mayor Jenkins had been droning on about road maintenance for what felt like an eternity, his monotone voice somehow making potholes and asphalt repairs sound even more boring than they already were. And furthermore, the municipal budget for sidewalk improvements will require careful consideration of our 5-year infrastructure plan. 2 hours. They'd been trapped in Maplewood's community center for 2 entire hours. Delilah glanced around, wondering if anyone would notice if she sneaked out the fire exit. The overhead fluorescent lights cast everyone in an unflattering glow that made even Maplewood's most attractive residents look like they'd been awake for days. From somewhere behind her came the overpowering scent of someone's department store perfume, the kind that announced its presence 3 rooms before its wearer, mingling unpleasantly with the stale coffee from the refreshment table. Beside her, Eli's knee brushed against hers as he subtly checked his watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. His mouth was set in a grim line, but when he caught her looking, one corner quirked up in a private smile that still made her heart flip. Kill me now, he mouthed silently. Delilah bit her lip to keep from laughing and leaned closer. If I have to hear about one more pothole on Elm Street, I'm going to create some potholes of my own. Starting with the mayor's head. Eli stifled a snort, earning them a disapproving glance from Mrs. Finch, the librarian who treated town halls with the same reverence as church services. The constant rustle of program papers and whispered side conversations provided a backdrop of white noise as Delilah reconsidered her life choices. When she decided to stay in Maplewood permanently, to build a life here with her cafe and with Eli, no one had mentioned the mind-numbing torture of monthly town hall meetings. And finally, Mayor Jenkins said, the words causing an almost audible sigh of relief throughout the room, our last agenda item for the evening. Updates on the upcoming Maplewood Festival of Love. The change in the room was immediate and palpable. Backs straightened, the temperature seemed to rise as people leaned forward in anticipation, and a ripple of excitement passed through the crowd like an electric current. Delilah narrowed her eyes as Maggie Sinclair practically bounded to the podium, clipboard in hand, and enthusiasm dialed all the way to 11 as usual. Oh no, Delilah whispered, suddenly spotting Po-Po-May and Gigi sitting prominently in the front row, looking suspiciously innocent in matching lavender cardigans. We're in trouble. Eli followed her gaze and groaned quietly. They're plotting something. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Maggie's voice was an octave higher than necessary for the microphone. As chairperson of the festival committee, I am thrilled to announce that this year's Festival of Love will be our biggest yet. Maggie's clipboard waved dangerously as she gestured with enthusiasm. For those new to Maplewood, here she glanced pointedly at several uncomfortable-looking couples in the back, clearly recent transplants. The Festival of Love is our most cherished tradition. A celebration of Maplewood's happily matched couples, and those who might soon be matched. Delilah's stomach dipped ominously at the words, soon be matched. Po May turned slightly in her seat, somehow finding Delilah's eyes across the crowded room with laser precision, and offered a small wave that felt like a declaration of war. This year's festivities will include our annual Couples Bake-Off, Maggie continued, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the tension rippling through certain parts of the audience. Delilah felt Eli tense beside her, his shoulder stiffening against hers. After the grandmother games fiasco and their public kiss in the town fountain, they'd managed to establish a comfortable relationship that balanced his steady practicality with her chaotic energy. But they hadn't yet been subjected to another town-wide spectacle as an official couple. We'll also have a romantic scavenger hunt throughout town, Maggie chirped, with clues that will lead couples to Maplewood's most picturesque and historically romantic locations. That actually sounds fun, Eli whispered, surprising her. Delilah raised an eyebrow and he shrugged. What? I like puzzles. And for our grand finale, Maggie continued, her voice rising with barely contained excitement, we'll be hosting a town-wide newlywed game. The winning couple will receive a grand prize weekend getaway to the luxury Rosewood bed and breakfast 2 towns over. I'm told they have jacuzzi tubs in every room and serve 5-course breakfasts. A collective ooh swept through the room. Delilah was already mentally calculating her chances of slipping out unnoticed when Maggie's voice rose even higher. And of course, our newly official Grandmother Games champions, Eli Carter and Delilah Wu, have been entered into the town's newlywed game as our honorary couple. The pronouncement hit Delilah like a splash of cold water. Around them, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, peppered with knowing smiles from every direction. Several people turned to look at them with expressions that ranged from amusement to outright glee. Wait, what? Delilah choked out at the exact same moment Eli jerked upright in his seat and exclaimed, Wait, what? Their perfect unison only seemed to delight the crowd further. Several elderly women in the second row actually clasped their hands together in apparent joy. From the front row, Po May waved a dismissive hand. It's just a friendly game, dears. Nothing serious, she called out, her innocent tone completely at odds with a calculating glint in her eyes. Gigi nodded, adding with a suspiciously sweet smile, but since the prize is a romantic getaway, we thought you'd love it. Delilah turned to Eli, narrowing her eyes. This is a trap, she whispered fiercely. Eli, looking far too calm for someone who'd just been ambushed, leaned close enough that she could feel his breath warm against her ear. Obviously, he murmured, but the small smile playing at his lips told her he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Her heart did that annoying flutter thing it had started doing whenever he got close. 6 months into their relationship, and her body still hadn't gotten the memo that this was normal now, that Eli Carter was her boyfriend, that they were a real couple, and that his proximity shouldn't send her pulse racing like she was 16 again. Their moment was interrupted by a commotion from across the room. Riley Huang, the no-nonsense owner of Maplewood's only bookstore, was engaged in a fierce whispered argument with Asher Bennett, the town's veterinarian and her longtime best friend. Their heads were bent close together, clearly not expecting to become the center of attention when Maggie's cheerful voice rang out again. And I'm thrilled to announce that our second featured couple will be Riley Huang and Asher Bennett, 2 of Maplewood's most beloved business owners, nominated by our very own Community Enrichment Committee. Delilah watched as Riley's head snapped up, her expression morphing from confusion to horror with remarkable speed. Asher, always more easygoing than his best friend, simply looked puzzled. The room fell into stunned silence when Asher cleared his throat and stood, looking uncomfortable in the sudden spotlight. Ah. Small issue, he said, running a hand through his dark hair. We're not actually engaged. Or dating. We're just friends. His confession was met with dramatic gasps from the grandmother's section. Po May clutched her chest as if personally wounded by this revelation, while Gigi placed a gentle hand over her heart with a soft, "Oh, dear," that somehow managed to sound both surprised and calculating. Riley's face had turned an impressive shade of red. "We're friends," she emphasized, throwing a desperate look around the room as if searching for an ally. "Just friends." The pregnant pause that followed made it clear that absolutely no one in Maplewood believed this statement. Maggie Sinclair, unflappable as ever, simply waved a dismissive hand. "That's fine. Just think of this as a trial run." Her cheerful solution sent the room into chaos, half the attendees immediately turning to whisper to their neighbors, several people not so subtly exchanging cash, clearly settling bets, and Riley looking like she was contemplating escape through the nearest window. $10 says they're together by the end of the festival, Delilah whispered to Eli. 20 says they're together before it even starts, he countered, eyes glinting with mischief. Those two have been dancing around each other for years. Delilah turned fully toward him, eyebrows raised. "You know town gossip? Mr. I don't care about drama?" "It's not gossip if it's obvious to everyone with eyes," Eli defended himself, his smirk growing. "Besides, Josie talks a lot." Across the room, Riley was now standing too, her posture rigid as she addressed Maggie. "I really don't think it'll be wonderful," Maggie interrupted, clapping her hands together. "Two of our most eligible singles participating. Think of it as community service." "We should warn them," Delilah whispered, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Riley's deer-in-headlights expression. She knew exactly how it felt to be blindsided by Maplewood's matchmakers. Eli shook his head, suppressing a laugh. "Nope. Let them suffer like we did." The comment earned him a gentle elbow in the ribs, but Delilah couldn't help grinning in agreement. There was something undeniably satisfying about watching someone else fall into the same trap that had caught them. As the meeting dissolved into excited chatter about the upcoming festival, Po May clapped her hands with obvious delight. "Wonderful. Two perfect couples for the newlywed game. This is going to be delightful." The satisfied exchange of glances between her and Gigi made it clear that everything was proceeding according to their master plan. "Just smile and nod," Eli murmured beside her. "Resistance only makes them more determined." Delilah snorted. "Voice of experience? 5 years of active avoidance, all undone by one tiny woman with a mahjong habit," he confirmed, shaking his head in mock despair. She couldn't help but laugh. "Poor baby. Forced into a relationship with me. How terrible for you." To her surprise, Eli's expression softened, his eyes warming as they met hers. "Best thing that ever happened to me, actually," he said quietly, the sincerity in his voice making her breath catch. Before she could respond, before she could process the way those simple words made her feel like she was melting from the inside out, Mayor Jenkins was tapping the microphone. "If there are no further questions about the Festival of Love, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for coming." The room erupted with the screech of chairs against linoleum, as people stood, stretching and chatting. Delilah remained seated, suddenly hyper-aware of Eli beside her, of the warmth of his arm against hers, of the lingering echo of his words. "Best thing that ever happened to me." Eli exhaled, turning to her with resigned amusement. "Looks like we're engaged now," he said quietly, his tone making the joke feel like something more. Delilah shrugged, summoning her courage and looping her arm through his with newfound confidence. "Well, sweetheart, let's at least make sure we win." His responding grin, warm and private despite the crowded room, made her stomach flip in that way she was no longer afraid to acknowledge. Across the room, Riley and Asher continued their panicked whispers, unaware they'd already been caught in Maplewood's most effective matchmaking web. "Should we go say hello to the competition?" Eli suggested, nodding toward the still arguing pair. "Absolutely," Delilah agreed, standing and pulling him up with her. "I want to see Riley's face when she realizes there's no escape." As they made their way across the room, several people stopped them with knowing smiles and comments about the upcoming newlywed game. Mrs. Finch offered unsolicited advice about communication being the key to any relationship, romantic or otherwise. Felix, their former grandmother games rival, shook his head sympathetically but couldn't quite hide his schadenfreude. Po-Po-May intercepted them before they could reach Riley and Asher, her tiny frame somehow blocking their path with impressive effectiveness. "Ah, there's my favorite granddaughter and her young man," she exclaimed, reaching up to pat Delilah's cheek. "So good of you to volunteer for the newlywed game." "Is it volunteering if we had no idea about it until 5 minutes ago?" Delilah asked dryly. Po-Po-May waved away this technicality. Details. You'll have fun. And such a nice prize, yes? Very romantic." Before either of them could respond, Gigi appeared at Po-Po-May's side, her silver hair perfectly coiffed even after 2 hours of town hall tedium. "You two will be perfect," she declared, her French accent more pronounced than usual, a sure sign she was up to something. "And I'm certain you'll win. After all, you know each other so well after the grandmother games." "Right," Eli drawled. "Because spending 3 days handcuffed to someone while being chased by a goat really prepares you for questions about favorite colors and first date memories." Gigi patted his arm indulgently. "Oh, mon cher, it will be much more interesting than that. Po-May and I have been helping with the questions." Delilah and Eli exchanged alarmed glances. "What kind of questions?" Delilah asked cautiously. Po-Po-May's eyes twinkled with mischief. "The kind that make for good television." "Television?" Eli repeated, his voice rising. "What television?" "Oh, didn't Maggie mention? The local station will be filming the newlywed game for their community channel." Gigi clasped her hands together. "Everyone in town will be watching." Delilah felt a headache forming behind her eyes. "Of course they will," she muttered. "Don't worry," Po-Po-May said, her tone not remotely reassuring. "We made sure the questions are appropriate." The slight pause before appropriate did nothing to alleviate Delilah's concern. "Speaking of the competition," Gigi said, glancing over at Riley and Asher with undisguised interest, "we should go welcome them to our little game." "Be nice," Delilah warned, knowing it was futile. "They look terrified enough already." "Us? Not nice?" Po-Po-May placed a hand over her heart in mock offense. "We are the nicest grandmothers in Maplewood." With that dubious assertion hanging in the air, the two elderly women made their way toward Riley and Asher, who seemed to sense the approaching danger and tensed visibly. $5, says Riley runs for the door within 30 seconds, Delilah whispered to Eli. "No bet." "That's a sucker's wager," he replied, watching the scene unfold with the wary fascination of someone who had already survived the hurricane and was now watching it hit someone else. "They don't stand a chance." Delilah leaned against him, feeling a rush of unexpected gratitude for the ridiculous circumstances that had brought them together. "Neither did we." Eli's arm wrapped around her waist, solid and sure. "Speak for yourself." "I knew exactly what I was doing." She snorted inelegantly. "Liar. You spent the first 2 days of the grandmother games glaring at me like I was your personal nemesis." "That was my strategy," he insisted, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. "Keep the enemy close and all that." "Oh. And what's your strategy now?" she challenged, turning to face him fully. His smile softened as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the casual intimacy of the gesture still new enough to make her pulse quicken. "Keep you closer," he murmured, his voice low enough that only she could hear. The grandmothers exchanged satisfied glances across the room, and Delilah mentally added another tally to their victory column. Because if there's one thing she'd learned in her time in Maplewood, it's that no one truly escapes the grandmother games. But sometimes losing was the best way to win.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review on Amazon.